All right, let's do this. Greetings and salutations, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the 2021 NFL Draft. We are going to be covering everything that transpires in the next 2 rounds, which is rounds 2 and 3, from picks 33 to 105. We'll pretty much be here watching the NFL Draft, getting my reactions in regards to everything fantasy football related. Of course, there were a lot of incredible moments last night with a lot of big decisions that, of course, will impact the fantasy landscape, with various running backs, receivers ending up in places that, of course, they're going to make immediate impact. Regardless, welcome. Thank you guys for coming. I do appreciate you guys continuing to show out and support the channel. Thank you very much, first and foremost. So let's get into it. Of course, I see a lot of familiar names from yesterday. Bruin, how's it going? Michael, what's up? Jack, another Michael, Max. All right, guys. So hope everyone's doing well. I think we're about to start the beginning of the second round. A couple things to note. Of course, the Rams finally get a selection today. Of course, I am a Rams and Chargers diehard, but first and foremost, for those of you who are wondering if, in fact, James Robinson's fantasy value is completely annihilated, I would say that there's certainly an opportunity that it is, because Travis Etienne is going to go ahead and probably siphon a lot of his fantasy productivity and or opportunity this upcoming season. That being said, everyone who was, if you potentially hold James Robinson in a dynasty format, and unfortunately in a situation where you have to deal with the consequences of the Jacksonville Jaguars picking it, I know exactly who you should blame. You should blame the Rams, because the Rams traded that pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars 2 seasons ago for Jalen Ramsey. So, honestly, the Rams won that, in my opinion. Obviously, the Jaguars did get more in terms of compensation for the trade, but ultimately, I think the Rams are to blame, and I'm willing to take that one. As a Rams fan, it is what it is. But anyway, thanks for coming, guys. I appreciate it. Hopefully, we can keep everybody in high spirits. I'm not going to try to dumpster any teams. Honestly, any pick that is made, as long as it helps the team and doesn't, end up like the Giants drafting a wide receiver that they probably didn't need, but we'll just have to wait and see how it all kind of works out in the coming years. You can't really grade a draft entirely until a couple years after, probably like 3-4 years after it. So I guess we'll know in a couple of years whether these selections were smart or not by the organizations. Of course, the investments that they've made. But regardless, I know a lot of you fear the beard. Thank you very much. Yeah, the beard is back, guys. I mean, listen, the beard is me. I am the beard. A lot of people ask me, Andrew, would you shave the beard? I'll be totally honest, guys. The beard, it gives me a couple insights every season on sleepers. Like, me and the beard, when it's like, I don't know, midnight, I'm about to go to bed, the beard will whisper into my ear and it'll tell me, like, keep an eye on a couple players, X, Y, Z. I can't, divulge the information. Of course, this is private conversations, but, this beard has more powers than just, covering my chin. So it's done a lot. So I'll just leave it at that. But either way, thank you guys for coming. All right. Did you guys hear a lot of this Aaron Rodgers, like threatening retirement? Maybe he's going to the Broncos. Like, what is happening? I have no clue, but, we're going to see. All right, who else is in this chat? Robert, how's it going? Welcome. Crike Mike, how's it going? Alpha. DeCory, thank you for calling me the GOAT. I don't think I'm the GOAT, but I will try to embody that sentiment as much as I possibly can for the rest of time. Thank you very much. Okay, so who has the first selection? Okay, so a couple things we have to keep into mind, okay? Now, yesterday, there were a couple of trades made, and I think the impact of those trades are going to be very apparent, specifically in the third round. We'll go ahead. Let me change the graphic on screen for everyone so we can check this out. So this is the third round. Of course, the third round has the compensatory picks from picks 97 to 105. Obviously, the graphic didn't fit it, but it's okay. We'll get there, and we're still going to stream it until then. But the thing that I wanted to point out, if you are a Vikings fan, the third round is where the Vikings should win this draft. They have 4 selections in the 3rd round. They acquired 2 of those selections by moving back in the 1st round and trading with the New York Jets. Of course, the New York Jets took an offensive lineman, and so did the Minnesota Vikings. So no love lost there. They went ahead, they addressed the position of need, and they went ahead and they acquired 2 3rd-round picks, which again should be something of great value to them. They do have a lot of holes to fill in terms of like offensive line if they want to improve that a little bit, but specifically their defense. And I think they'll certainly address that there. But either way, let's go ahead and move back here. When did the Rams select? 57. So we're gonna have to wait, like 2 hours until until that selection. But I'll be here, guys. Don't worry. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Sounds like Cincinnati last night. What else we got here? Thank you for calling me the GOAT. I appreciate it. Rasputin-esque. Okay. All right. I see you, Robert. Okay. Oh, man. So, of course, from the thumbnail of this video, I think the biggest names that we're looking for is obviously wide receivers and running backs. There are a lot of good running backs that are certainly left. First and foremost, Javonte Williams, the North Carolina running back. At this point, there are a lot of teams that are in need of future running backs. Maybe the Jets at 34 want to address that at the top of the 2nd round. That would be nice, considering, again, the Jets backfield doesn't really have a solidified starter. They did bring in Tevin Coleman. Of course, Robert Saleh, the new head coach of the New York Jets, he went ahead and brought over to the former offensive coordinator of the 49ers. Again, he's given the title of offensive coordinator, even though Kyle Shanahan is the one calling the plays. He is technically there, but he's going to bring over a similar style offense. Of course, they've addressed the offensive line. They have an already stable offensive line, but you go ahead and add a running back there, could have a lot of fantasy implications in terms of relative value this upcoming season. Again, last season alone, when we talk about 2nd-round running backs that were selected in the draft, we're talking about players like Jonathan Taylor, and we're talking about players like J.K. Dobbins, DeAndre Swift. A lot of valuable running backs were taken in the 2nd round of the 2020 NFL draft. So again, we could see a lot of names come off the board and land in places that are in need of running backs. Specifically, of course, we mentioned the Jets. For the future of the Atlanta Falcons, there could be some potential there. Of course, the Cardinals, we don't know if Chase Edmonds and or James Conner is going to be able to carry that workload going forward. I'm not 100% off the train of, giving Myles Gaskin another opportunity. I think he was absolutely fantastic last season. In the games that he did play, in the 10 games he was healthy, he was getting an ample amount of opportunity, a lot of work out of the backfield in terms of PPR. So I don't think he needs to be replaced. But again, a lot of teams and or people think that maybe we can get a better valued player there that you can trust week in and week out, regardless of whether the PPR opportunity is going to be there in the future. Let's go back into this chat, see what's up. Chauncey, welcome. How's it going? Just saying what's up to the GOAT. Thank you very much. What do you think about the RB the Steelers got? Najee Harris is an absolute animal. I mean, if you just go put on any film, he's unbelievable. The amount of athleticism that he has and his ability to catch the ball is what I love the most, right? In fantasy, sure, if you get a running back that can, run the ball and is given opportunity to at least get the ball 200 to 250 times a year on the ground, especially in an offense like the Steelers that scores, he's going to be a fantastic fantasy product. Now, if you go ahead and add the ability to not take him off the field on 3rd down because he's able to pass block, because he's able to at least go out on option routes and choice routes and make some plays out of the backfield as a potential dump off, because again, they do have a lot of receivers there, but anytime you can go ahead and get the ball out of Big Ben's hands if the offensive line is falling apart, I think Najee Harris is absolutely going to be a huge play. I mean, last night when he was drafted, I wanted them to go offensive line just to solidify that, and you can potentially find a better running back, or not better running back, but a running back that could just do for you. But I mean, they wanted to invest in the talent. I respect it. At this point, he's going to be coming off of fantasy draft boards in late 2nd, early 3rd. I really do think so. By the time we get to August, there's going to be a lot of hype surrounding Najee Harris, similar to the way that Jonathan Taylor had it last year. The only difference is When Harris goes into this backfield, he is far and away the best player in that backfield. I'm not worried about Snell or McFarland or Kalen Ballage taking anything from him. If anything, those guys are gonna potentially be losing their jobs in the coming years. But either way, yeah, he should absolutely be a fantastic plug and play and a huge fantasy asset going into this upcoming season. It's going to be exciting to see again with potentially the Steelers getting back to their form of being a smash mouth team instead of this air raid. It could give a little bit of life and some much needed life for that offense, because again, after you stop them from, after Big Ben turns over the ball, what was it? I think it was 4 or 5 interceptions in that playoff game. Their ability to not be able to run the ball against the Cleveland Browns in the wild card round of the NFL playoffs this is just past last season. It was apparent that not being able to run the ball forced Big Ben to have to throw more turnovers, just forced the game away from them. They couldn't slow down the game. They couldn't give Big Ben the break that he needed, and he just kind of fell apart. Michael was saying, Andy, who would be the best corners left for the Eagles at number 37? Or should they look for a different position like O-line? Okay, look, again, I'll say it again. My selfish nature in terms of fantasy, I would love them to go get an offensive lineman. Again, with a mobile quarterback like Jalen Hurts, you don't need to technically have as fantastic of an offensive line, because they still have pieces. You still have Lane Johnson. You still have Brandon Brooks. Those are 2 all-pro offensive linemen on the right side of your offensive line. If you go ahead and address offensive line, fantastic. That's great. To be honest, they're not going to be investing in tackle. They have, I think, Dillard as their left. They have Lane Johnson right. They would have to get a center, but to be honest, at this point, I'm not 100% certain they're going to be looking to get center right now. So I think they should probably address defense. So cornerback's probably the play there. As to who, you're asking the wrong person. There are players that definitely pop out, but I don't know what fits their scheme. I don't even know who the defensive coordinator is. I know they cleaned house there. I don't know if Jim Schwartz is still there. He usually likes to play with a lot of man corner, but I'm not 100% certain if they're going to keep that scheme in what they're kind of building right now, because if a specific corner doesn't fit that need, then they'll obviously go with elsewhere. Let's see here. What time does the draft start? It is technically started. I think they take a little while to do commercials and set up. I think it'll start in about 3 minutes, about 4:10 p.m. PST. So in a couple minutes, the pick will finally be in. The Jacksonville Jaguars lag, even though they've had months to kind of determine what they wanted to do, but they do it on purpose just to tilt everyone and myself. Thoughts on Jeremiah Owusu? Yeah. So to be honest, anybody who gets him, I was calling him the Joker yesterday because that's his initial JOK, Joker. Anyway, anybody who gets him is going to have a fast linebacker that can cover and he can make plays sideline to sideline, and you can't ask for anything more. To be honest, the fact that he made it to the second round is surprising, but one of these teams is going to have a ball player. I think there's a very good potential that somebody even trades up to grab a player like this, but maybe not. Maybe the entire NFL, all of the scouts and all of the general managers have done their research and they know something that I don't. But from what he was able to produce in college, it just seems like a no-brainer for him to have been selected by now. Let's see. But there's a lot of teams that need linebacker. A lot of teams, especially one that can fly sideline to sideline. You need a field general. Like the field general that I think of off the top of my head, that in my opinion is one of the best in the league, is Demario Davis. Right? Demario Davis? Let me just confirm that I'm not talking out of my ass. I'm pretty sure Demario Davis plays for the Saints, right? Yeah. Demario Davis. Demario Davis is a sideline to sideline field general. I don't know if these guys are going to turn into that, but that's the kind of linebacker that I want 100% of the time, without a doubt. Let's see here. All right, let me scroll down. Any chance Waddle has a better rookie season than Chase? It's all up to how that offense is going to function. If Tua is going to improve, then absolutely, that's fantastic. If in fact we get a scenario in which Will Fuller and or Devontae Parker, Mike Gesicki, are guys that are potentially getting more reps than him, getting more snaps. Because again, Mike Gesicki, in comparison to a lot of other tight ends, he plays a lot of snaps in the slot, and he is a vertical downfield tight end. So he's going to definitely be taking a couple of snaps here and there, but they like to play a lot of 11 personnel regardless. That being said, is there a chance that he can score double-digit touchdowns and have an impactful season similar to Chase Claypool? I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, like who guessed that Chase Claypool was going to be that good? Because I definitely didn't. I'll admit to it. Definitely tough, Chris. What do you think about Waddle to the Dolphins? Was he the best value they could have drafted at that point? I mean, at that point, it depends what you determine as a need. They're a 10-6 football team. They already have a fantastic defense. They've got a lot of good players in the secondary. All in all, that team is solidified. You have to just improve the offense. If they believe that was the best available wide receiver to help Tua out, then so be it. That's what they go with. Otherwise, if it was me, I think you go with the offensive tackle there, and you never have to replace him for a good amount of years because he is what, or if he transpires to be what he was advertised as potential Hall of Fame kind of offensive tackle. Alpha was saying, do you think the Pats can get Elijah Moore or Terrace Marshall? Elijah Moore out of Ole Miss and then Terrace Marshall out of LSU. Anybody? Look, here's the thing about the Patriots. Of course, if they go ahead and add more weapons, that would be great. But at this point, I don't think they need them more than other teams. But if they want to go ahead and invest in rookies and try to rebuild the whole thing, go for it. I mean, they have a young core group. If you have Damian Harris in the backfield with Jonnu and Hunter Henry, you have N'Keal Harry. I mean, you go ahead and slap another rookie wide receiver there. Of course, you have Aguilar and Kendrick Bourne, but ultimately, we're looking at a pretty young core of players, especially with the new potential starting quarterback of the future, Mac Jones. Colton was saying, how much do you think Rashad Bateman will help out Lamar's fantasy value? I mean, does it help out his fantasy value? It depends how quick Bateman kind of picks up to the potential of what they kind of want him to end up as. I mean, look, Marquise Brown and Sammy Watkins are the veterans in that team as of right now. The team likes to run a lot of 2 tight end sets, but ultimately it's going to be whether or not he can just fit in and pick up where he kind of left off in college. Because I know Bateman, he didn't play as many games because of health and stuff like that, but when he played, he was impactful. And if he can go ahead and be a deep threat and be some sort of, I guess, safety blanket for Lamar that's outside of Mark Andrews, then it'll be great. But to be honest, that offense is predicated on the run. Anytime you can get a play action pass, that's great. But I don't think it increases his value. I think it just makes it so we're not as dependent on him running for a touchdown or 80-plus yards every game. It kind of gives him that extra boost, because I don't think Lamar Jackson passed for over 300 yards a single time last season. Somebody could fact check me on that, but anything that he gets that surrounds him that gives him the potential of exceeding that number definitely helps us not have to rely upon his legs. Brady, welcome. Nicole, how's it going? What do you think about Drew Lock? Because I'm so confused on how he is starting. Okay, well, look, Drew Lock as of right now, I think the experiment is done from my perspective. Of course, he's going to compete with Teddy Bridgewater, because Teddy Bridgewater was just traded over for a 6th-round pick just a couple days ago. So from my perspective, Teddy Bridgewater is going to be the guy there. There's a lot of rumors about Aaron Rodgers. Until that becomes solidified, we're just going to say that it is Teddy Bridgewater. And I think that he does serve as a better potential fantasy quarterback, per se. Even though he is I'd say, conservative quarterback, at least he'll give them better chances of going down the field and scoring more points, in my opinion. Drew Lock has the ability to uncork a bomb and let it fly, but honestly, that team, how their defense is built, their defense is going to win and lose them games. Their offense just has to be, a normal bystander, score, a touchdown or 2 every game and let the defense just handle the rest. In the NFL right now, it's not really built like that, but they're going to try their best to, make it right. Alpha was saying, do you think JOK or the Joker can play Mike or only outside? I don't know. At this point, just depends what scheme he goes into. If it's a 4-3-3-4, whether they've, run a lot of nickel packages, I guess that's just what it's going to depend on. Hayden was saying Chicago finally got a quarterback for once in their franchise. I mean, technically, Mitchell Trubisky was a quarterback. He was good his sophomore season, but his stats were highly inflated. If you go back to his second year in the NFL, Mitchell Trubisky had a 6 passing touchdown game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That definitely did kind of make a lot of people overly confident on his overall ability, but because his stats looked a little bit more padded at the end of the year. But either way, that kind of fell apart, as we all know. Joe, how's it going? Welcome. Chris. Zen was saying, Packers drafted a cornerback number 29. What'd you think? I mean, man, the Packers are an interesting case study in my eyes. With all that's going on with their organization, we knew that they weren't going to draft offense, specifically skill position. They certainly have to address their defense, because if you go and you look at what they did in the offseason already, they haven't really addressed any positions of need through free agency. Again, it's a team that struggled heavily in terms of stopping the run last season. Their pass rush kind of slowed down with Zadarius Smith and Preston Smith in comparison to 2019. And their defense, in my opinion, was what was losing them games, because Aaron Rodgers is going to win you the game. He's going to score. It's just, can he outscore the opposing team? Unfortunately, it wasn't able to come to fruition. I know Tom Brady threw 3 interceptions in that game, and it may seem like that Green Bay Packers defense was great, but they had a lot of problems throughout the season, and it definitely wasn't their strongest part of their team. So maybe go ahead, address another position in need to help Rodgers, but that place is unfortunately going in the wrong direction as of right now. Let's see here. Kelvin Joseph, Asante Samuel Jr. Could be good picks for the Patriots in the second round. I mean, to be honest, anybody who can get Asante Samuel Jr., if he's a half of what his dad was in the National Football League, I think he'll be in a pretty good spot with a second round selection of him. Let's see here. Colton was saying, thank you for the answer. Yeah, no problem, guys. If you've got questions, I'm here to answer. That's literally here what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk for the next 4 hours like I did yesterday, and just answer whatever questions you've got. I'm going to do my best to answer them. Of course, if I don't know anything regarding it, I'll go to my reserve brain and hope that the beard kind of whispers into my ear and gives me an answer. Zach was saying, thoughts on ETN getting drafted in the first to be a third down back. Do you think Trevor Lawrence relies on a familiar face in ETN? Okay, so I was saying a little bit earlier, I think James Robinson's fantasy value is absolutely torched, because in my opinion, ETN is a more talented running back through and through. He has more ability in the passing game, of course, with that comment about, oh, we drafted him to be a third down back. No. You drafted him to be your starter of the future. That you don't invest the first round pick to get a third round back. But they're obviously not trying to crush the confidence of James Robinson immediately after the draft, because it certainly does hurt to kind of, watch from home and realize, oh, I just got replaced, ETN is going to be the back of the future there. As to how it goes the next couple years in terms of fantasy, from my perspective, we're just going to have to wait and see. It might be a running back by committee, or ETN is just going to outwork him, and we'll see how that kind of develops over the season. But I think it's okay to have a familiar face as a running back, but do you need it? I don't think it was necessary. I don't know. It was a very interesting pick. I've already told everyone, if you're struggling with the pick, you can blame the Rams, because they traded the pick to the Jaguars for Jalen Ramsey a couple years back. So, all right, Tyson Campbell out of Georgia being selected to the Jacksonville Jaguars. If I'm not mistaken, the Jacksonville Jaguars, they went ahead last season. They drafted a pretty good cornerback. I forget his name. It's eluding me at this moment, but they had a pretty good rookie cornerback last season. If they can just go ahead and continue to do what they do and just build a defense, let Trevor Lawrence learn in the next couple of years, their division, I mean, with the way that the Houston Texans look right now, that's going to be rough. But in order to compete with the Titans and the Colts in the coming years, assuming that, of course, Carson Wentz is Carson Wentz and isn't completely just in shambles, I think it's going to be a tough division for sure. But yeah, you definitely need a defense to play against some of these offenses in the league, especially when you got to cover AJ Brown twice a year. Let's see here. if I was the Broncos GM who needed a franchise QB, oh yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, I understand the perspective. Last night, the Broncos potentially drafting a quarterback, but I don't know. At this point, I think if they draft a quarterback and they put him in that offense, the issue with the NFL is right now there isn't a lot of ability to kind of wait and see. We live in a society right now that is hypersensitive in the idea that we need instant gratification and we need instant results. And as it currently stands, especially with quarterbacks who are underneath the magnifying glass to the highest degree, when a quarterback comes out and they're not producing, and a coach is in his first couple of years and not getting wins and not competing in their division, the NFL is ruthless and they'll replace them. And that's what's going to happen to Drew Lock. And right now, I don't know if the Broncos are 100% in need of getting a rookie quarterback, because they've done it for the last, since they won the Super Bowl, they've been recycling quarterbacks. And it's been unfortunate, but that's what they've been doing because they haven't been able to lock down and really build around one to give him the support that he needs. So it's been rough, but at this point, I think Teddy Bridgewater is kind of a safe play until they figure out what they're doing with the future. Maybe Aaron Rodgers. Let's see here. My guy just looked on Discord for the first time since the season ended. No problem, Jimmy. I mean, the Discord's kind of been a little bit dead because, again, there hasn't been much content, but at least with the draft and the rookies coming in, it kind of gives us a little bit of an outlet to kind of peep back into the fantasy season. But then, of course, we're waiting until, like July, August, and of course, September when it all fires up once again. But welcome back. Nice to see you, Jimmy. Let's see here. Michael was saying, is Odell Beckham's fantasy career over? No. I mean, does he have a significantly less, valuable stock when he plays for the Cleveland Browns? Certainly. I mean, Jarvis Landry is kind of the guy that you want to own there if you want to own a wide receiver. But otherwise, you want to just, have a piece of that backfield purely. But in terms of being a guy that's going to catch, 10 plus touchdowns, 1,400 yards, be a top 5 wide receiver, I think that those days are over. Yes, I believe so. Especially coming off of an ACL injury, it's definitely tough to be able to just come off that in itself, much less get back to being an elite player. But if he does get back to being what he is, I wouldn't be surprised because he's proven and he's already kind of shown us what he's capable of. Let's see here. Hayden Phoenix says, thoughts on the Pat's second round pick? I mean, what are their positions in need as of right now? They just went ahead and they addressed quarterback. They've gone ahead and addressed offense all off season. Ultimately, defensively, they've got solid corners in their secondary. Maybe you get a safety to replace Patrick Chung this offseason. But then again, they do really have a solid secondary already. I mean, maybe offensive line, defensive line. I think that's probably where they go. Just kind of solidify those positions of need. What if Belichick trades Mac for Rodgers? Here's the thing, Boris. As much as that would be fantastic, the Packers have their quarterback of the future. They drafted Jordan Love in 2020, right? So I don't think they're going to settle for another quarterback. I think they're very happy with their first selection. That's why they made it at the time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have. They even traded up last season to draft Jordan Love. They're like, oh, we not only want this guy, but we really want this guy. We're going to give up a little bit of the future in order to get him. So, yeah, ultimately, I think they have their quarterback of the future. It's just a matter of, are they going to let Aaron Rodgers go, or are they going to force him to retire and become the Jeopardy host? That's pretty much the scenario that we live in. Let's see here. Matthew Olson was saying Georgia DB's going a lot earlier than expected. I mean, at this point, there were a lot of players last night that went a lot earlier than expected. Of course, GMs, they spend their due diligence. Some of them, of course, miss and make terrible selections, but it is what it is. I mean, if you go and you look at what the Raiders drafted last night in the first round, okay, let me see what they're picking. Oh, Elijah Moore. My goodness. I mean, the Jets, okay, we're already looking up. The Jets already with a coaching change. What a surprise. I mean, you got Adam Gase out of the door, and all of a sudden they're making good picks, huh? That seems like a coincidence, doesn't it? You get rid of an enigma like Adam Gase, and all of a sudden decisions start to be made. You start to address quarterback, offensive line, wide receiver, which are huge positions of need. Elijah Moore is a fantastic pickup and play. I mean, we talked about it yesterday a lot. Elijah Moore, as of right now, is coming from a school in which the alumni are A.J. Brown and DK Metcalf, two stud wide receivers that are just, unstoppable in the National Football League in their second year. So hopefully Elijah Moore can get a little bit of experience his rookie year, gain as much of that as possible. Maybe, have a couple good string weeks here and there. But either way, this is a talented wide receiver, and let's just go ahead and hope that he can become even a fraction of what those other guys have been able to at least perform as in the last couple of years here. Let me scroll back up because a couple of... Okay. Hopefully Devonta Smith being reunited with Hurts sparks the Eagles' offense. I mean, to be honest, yesterday was a lot of, reuniting. If we look at Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow, that's a reunite. Of course, like you just mentioned, Devonta Smith with Jalen Hurts. Of course, when Jalen Hurts used to be the starting quarterback of the Alabama Crimson Tide before he transferred to Oklahoma. And then we saw ETN go with Trevor Lawrence. And then we saw Waddle go with Tua, right? So there were a lot of players that are kind of going back to their quarterbacks, and at least they have some sort of rapport already there. They're not going to have to work on timing as much because they're so familiar with each other. And again, like I was mentioning, in an offseason that's probably going to be similar to the way it looked last season with a lot of Zoom calls and a lot of off-season things that are online instead of in person. It's going to be essential that the rookies, especially with their quarterbacks, have the ability to find that kind of connection. And with these guys already having that connection, it's easy. The Denver Broncos, did they just move up a couple picks? Okay, Denver Broncos, let's see what you guys are up to, huh? Let's see. Okay, a couple more. Bears got their QB, now draft to protect him. 100% agree with that, Bruce. Absolutely. I mean, I am 100% on that. Lon, how's it going? Welcome back. 17 regular season games. How many preseason games? From what I've heard, I think the NFLPA is currently negotiating 0 once again. But that could change. It could be 1 or 2. But I think they're negotiating 0. But, to be honest, the owners, they don't care about preseason games. They care about regular season games because that's where the money is made, because that's where the TV deals really get kind of moving. So I don't think they care about preseason. Of course, they're going to be like, oh, we care about preseason just to have the leverage in terms of the CBA and all that kind of stuff in terms of the player association, and try to at least use it as a bargaining chip. But ultimately, I think probably this season, just to be safe, they'll probably have at least 1 or probably none. Okay, so the Broncos made a pick. I'm going to have to go and adjust the graphic real quick. Give me a moment to go ahead and to fire up my Photoshop and move the graphic around really quickly so that I can return and get everything settled while this Photoshop file lags but eventually opens. Thank you very much. Let me see if there's another question that I can address while I'm editing this. Let's open up this again. Okay, do you think the Dolphins have a top 5 defense? Okay, well, I think their head coach, Brian Flores, is an incredible defensive mind. In terms of the talent they have on defense, okay, what was this trade? They moved a pretty interesting piece here. In terms of whether they're a top 5 defense, I don't feel that strongly about them. In fantasy, they were fantastic. And you're talking to the fantasy, guy right now, right? That's all I think about all day. Every pick has its fantasy implications, right? But in terms of whether they have a top 5 defense, I don't think so. What I do love about the Miami Dolphins this offseason, the thing that they did that, in my opinion, was incredible, was trading for the inside linebacker of, what is this pick? I just want to hear the pick. Yep. Say it. They took Javonte Williams? What? Oh my god, dude. Give me a break. I'm in shambles. What are we doing? You already had Melvin Gordon. You just paid Melvin Gordon all the money. Yo, what? All right. I thought another team would take him. I really did. That's what I was anticipating. I was anticipating another team taking him. But wow. Okay. So be it. Anyway, what I was saying was I think it's McKinney, the middle linebacker of the Houston Texans. The Miami Dolphins got him, and I think that's a fantastic pickup. So anyway, a couple more things so I can catch up. Gary, how's it going? Welcome. Nice to see you. Surtain the second is most pro ready in the draft. Yeah, I mean, look, that's perfectly fine, but I don't think they needed cornerback. I mean, they're just trying to make the no-fly zone a thing once again in Denver, and I think they've gone ahead and they've done that by establishing, the talent that they have in the secondary, without a doubt in my mind. It's going to be definitely tough to pass against them. And again, when you play against Patrick Mahomes, Herbert twice a year, you kind of have to prepare that way. Jets look like a fun team this year. Reunited, and it feels so good. Yeah, you're not wrong. Atlanta trading back, of course. Yep, and they got Javonte Williams. So Javonte Williams was the thumbnail for rounds 2 and 3 of the draft spectacular here for the 2021 NFL draft. My thoughts immediately. I really wanted him to go to another team. I think he is a automatic, as of right now, getting into the NFL, he could automatically fit his starting running back in the NFL and be a huge fantasy asset. Now, in terms of what he brings to that team, they did kind of balance the Phillip Lindsay / Melvin Gordon backfield for a lot of last season. But Melvin Gordon was just significantly better. This time around, is Javonte Williams going to, potentially be better than Phillip Lindsay was last year? Sure. I mean, I think he'll definitely be more comparable of a, piece next to Melvin Gordon. But I ultimately think in terms of having both of these running backs who are both capable of catching the ball out of the backfield, this kills both of their values. And because I know Melvin Gordon's going to be there for a couple of years because of the contract that he signed, I think it was a 4-year deal, it kind of hurts my soul that is what has transpired in the Denver Broncos backfield. I don't think they needed running back. Am I back? Are we back? If somebody could just give me a thumbs up in the chat, just to kind of confirm that we're back. I know my internet just... Dude, I've always... This is why live streaming is always tough with me. And my internet is not stable enough to be able to sustain it. Okay, thank you, Robert. Refresh and it should work. Thank you, Bruin. Appreciate it. Okay, cool. All right. Anyway, RIP Melvin Gordon. That was pretty much the synopsis and or the moral of the story that I was trying to convey. We have Holland getting drafted. Okay, let's go ahead. My internet went out, so I didn't even know who the pick was. They went safety. Okay, that's fine. They're already they're bolstering up their secondary even more, huh? In Miami, so be it. I thought Miami could have done really well with Javonte Williams. I really do. I mean, it's tough. It is what it is. Okay, cool. Thank you, everybody, for the thumbs up. Appreciate it. Again, thank you guys for coming out and supporting today. Appreciate that. Okay, a couple more questions that I missed above. Let's see here. Hoping to snag Melvin Gordon past the 3rd round. Yeah, I mean, at this point, unfortunately, James Robinson and Melvin Gordon have taken the unfortunate L's in the last 2 days regarding their draft capital going forward and the opportunities that they're going to see. I mean, you always want to draft a running back that's going to have ample opportunity. And if you're not going to have a running back that has majority of the opportunity in the backfield, you want a PPR back. And I really don't see any of these scenarios that have kind of transpired or are being created in Denver and or Jacksonville kind of helping us out in that sense. Let's see here. Seemed like you never left, Sauce. Okay, yeah. I mean, if that was the case, then so be it. Okay. Very well. All right, let me check something. I just got to check my internet speed and. All right, we should be fine. All right, cool. Ryan was saying Bengals trade their pick. Wait. No, okay, cool. To the Pats. I mean, that'd be interesting. I think the Bengals need to draft offensive line immediately. Robert was saying Eagles pick Landon Dickerson. I mean, if they do that, smart, because they do need a center. But if Landon Dickerson lands with like the Bengals, I'd be happy there too, because the center for the Bengals was awful last year. Yeah, so anybody who can get a guy like Landon Dickerson, the Alabama, stud offensive lineman, center, he could play guard. Anytime you can go ahead and get a player like that, I know he's been dealing with injuries in his career, but anytime you can get a player like that, it's probably a good idea to do so. Okay, let's send that text real quick. What do we got here? Pats moved up. Really? Okay, so they actually moved up with the Bengals. Like that's a confirmed thing. Man, my internet goes out for about 2.5 seconds and everything goes down, huh? Let me see here. Did they really switch with the Bengals here? They did. Okay, I gotta go, we got an audible here. We gotta change the graphic now, so be it. Interesting. What did the Pats want they're willing to trade up for? I mean, they dude, it takes, and I even commented this. Somebody commented on yesterday's live stream after I posted it, after the stream was done and the draft was done. They were talking about how it's crazy how the Patriots were able to just sit there and get the player that they just potentially wanted the entire time, which was Mac Jones. And I was like, yeah, it takes balls of steel to sit at number 15 yesterday in the first round and just wait and just let the pick come to you, instead of being a team where you're like, you know what, I'm going to trade up and just go get the guy that I want. It really, that's some stone cold stuff from Bill Belichick. But again, we're not surprised. It's Bill Belichick, right? That's what he does. All right, so let's go ahead and fix this graphic real quick. Move this Patriots logo down a bit. Easy. Let's save this. Who are the Eagles picking? Alabama guard. There we go. I mean, he's a center, but okay. He can play guard. Boom. Save that. Boom. All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, Landon Dickerson, again, whenever you get an Alabama interior offensive lineman, you're kind of already in a good position. So I think that's a fantastic pick, especially considering they have to kind of fill in the shoes that Jason Kelce left there. Dickerson's a fantastic pick. All right, I'm just trying to find the graphic now. If I go to offensive line and I go to, where's Dickerson's name? Boom. Let's throw him up here. Eagles. All right, Patriots, what did you guys trade up for? What have you guys been scheming all along? All right, let me get back into the chat. Let me refresh my stream. Maybe my stream is actually that far behind where I'm just like missing out on some of these things. Okay. Let's open this up real quick. Let's go here. Okay, cool. Let's get back. Okay, cool. I think everything has settled now. I think I've adjusted the graphic on screen. We should be good. Doesn't look like Dickerson was happy about it. I mean, to be totally honest, the problem with going to the Eagles right now is that they're in a rebuilding process, and I don't think they're winning right away. As good of a draft as they could possibly have, they're not winning for a couple years. And if they end up winning this year, then that just speaks volumes of how bad their division is. And honestly, I don't think their division is that bad. I think if Dallas can stay healthy, specifically at the quarterback position, and Washington with Ryan Fitzmagic can just do what they did last year, but with a more stable quarterback, and Danny, Dimes wants to figure it out this year, then I think they'll be fine. All right, what are the Pats picking right now? Barmore. Okay, cool. The Alabama guy. Let's go ahead and throw him on screen. Somebody was asking earlier, who are the Patriots going to take? And I was telling you, offensive line or defensive line. Because they don't have any other positions of need. You might as well go lock up a guy that's going to sit in the middle of your defense and just eat double teams, and complete chaos will ensue. Last saying, Prince was saying, Les Snead said that the Rams have an in-house guy that can play center. Who do you think is the most likely player? Okay. Well, I mean, to be honest, who's most likely able to play center for them? Let's go look at the Rams depth chart. Because to be honest, the Rams offensive line has been in shambles since Roger Saffold left to the Titans. All right, let's see here. They still have Havasine. I don't know. Is Whitworth going to play again this year? I hope so. Honestly, I don't know. There's a lot of unknowns in this offensive line. Whoever does end up playing center, I mean, we were able to go to the Super Bowl with having maybe one of the worst centers of all time. So you can really hide a center. Like, even though the center position is very vital, I think you can also have the worst center there and still be able to function as an offense and not hurt that bad. I mean, if you just go look at what the Chargers did last year, they literally, according to Pro Football Focus, had the worst center in terms of pass blocking in the entire National Football League. And Herbert did just fine. It's tough. Fishy says, Andrew, I've missed your voice. Listen, anytime you need to, hear my voice, you wait. The Bears just trade up. Oh man, the Bears are sending it today, huh? Okay. I respect it, Bears. Let's go ahead and change the graphic. Let's go ahead and move that there. Move the Chicago logo there. Let's move that down a little bit. I mean, they're really getting after it. I like it. I mean, let's be totally honest. Matt Nagy, the head coach, is probably going to be fired after this season unless he, makes leaps and bounds of improvements, especially considering the Green Bay Packers are in quite the pickle right now. It's the best chance to win the division. But yeah, it's very interesting to see how everything's kind of transpiring. I didn't expect a team like the Bears to be so gung-ho on going up making plays like this. Who are they taking? Let's see. Good. Invest in protecting Tevin Jenkins, the meanest offensive lineman in college football. Yeah, this guy is a run blocking, will finish you into the ground kind of blocker, and I love it. That kind of aggression, that's what I want in my offensive tackles. Let's go find Jenkins. Let's throw him on the board. They needed offensive line. I mean, you got to be able to protect your investment. You can't go and trade up to the number 11 pick only to get a guy that you're going to let get chased down every year. Where is Jenkins on my list? Tevin Jenkins, boom, perfect. Let's go and throw him up on the board. I think that's a great pick, by the way. Anytime you can ensure protection of your quarterback, and then of course, anytime David Montgomery's going to have another guy blocking for him, that is fantastic. Even though David Montgomery, with Tariq Cohen coming back, isn't going to be as fantastic as he was last season in the fantasy playoffs, but we'll see how it kind of all goes about. Michael was saying, what do you think, Andrew? A plug-and-play wide receiver one, a plug-and-play guard/center replacement for Kelsey. If Dillard pans out eventually, Miles Sanders, a lot of young talent. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Michael, like their team has incredible young talent, but they're still in the rebuilding process, right? Because that talent eventually has to gain experience, and then and only then can they kind of act upon their opportunities. Cody was saying, good to see you, Andrew. Can't wait for the fantasy season to arrive. Cody, thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate that. As of right now, I am, of course, chomping at the bit to get back to the fantasy season, but I have a lot of work to do. There's a lot of research that I have not done yet and needs to be done. And you can imagine I've been working for the last couple months already on that kind of stuff. And I'm already still underneath a lot of months of work ahead of me. But I'll definitely get to it. And yeah, I'm excited to get back to the fantasy season as well. Hoping you guys win some championships this year, hopefully. Thomas was saying, do you have a Super Bowl champion prediction for this year? I mean, look, I think it's like, I've never been great at predicting Super Bowl champions. I'll go ahead and say that first and foremost. I think if you have to, bet on someone to do it, it's either Kansas City or Tampa Bay. And even though it may seem like, oh, those are the obvious choices, Andrew, it's for a reason, right? Tampa Bay is bringing back all 22 offensive and defensive starters. You're able to somehow, some way balance contracts, bring back Antonio Brown, even though they're not playing huge roles, bring back Leonard Fournette, who's so essential in the playoffs. You still have Gronk. You have your core defense all there, all starters. It just seems like they're the favorites, right, in the NFC. And then when you look at the AFC, it's either the Bills right now or the Chiefs that are built in the way that they can exceed and kind of go past everybody in the playoffs. I mean, in the AFC, outside of them, I don't know if Pittsburgh or Cleveland or the Ravens can compete with Tennessee can't really. I don't think they have the firepower to compete with what the Buffalo Bills and the Tennessee Titans, and the Kansas City Chiefs kind of have to offer. Let's see here. Zach was saying, not sure if you saw my question, but it was a PPR Dynasty League. Not Superflex, okay. If you had equal need for tight end, running back, and wide receiver, are you going ETN, Pitts, or Chase with 1.02 in the rookie draft? Okay, I'm probably, oh man. If it's my team and I have equal need at all positions, am I taking ETN over Jamar Chase? Because I'm not worried about Pitts. I don't think I'm investing in him at 1.02. I gotta sneeze. Bless me. Okay. I don't know if I'm investing in Kyle Pitts at 1.02, but ETN and Jamar Chase, between the two of them in a full PPR, I don't know. I think I'm going Chase there, because even though ETN doesn't really have, okay, so theoretically he doesn't have competition because, James Robinson is working on a undrafted free agent rookie deal. Like, he's getting paid minimum money. So they can get rid of him whenever they want, and it's not going to make an impact on them. They can trade him. They can do whatever they want. So as of right now, ETN looks like, oh man, that's probably the guy that could be a stud running back for the future, but I don't know how that's going to turn out. So at their current juncture, I think I'm going to Jamar Chase in a full PPR, but I don't know. Look, if I played more dynasty leagues, I'm in 2 dynasty leagues. If I played in more dynasty leagues and had more experience in understanding where to draft these rookies, then I would give you like the fully educated opinion. But I am such a redraft, guy. Like, that's what I do. I'm always redraft league. That I can't 100% confidently tell you, Zach, that the best play is to go for ETN or Chase. But right now, off of the top of my head, I'd probably go Chase. All right, so we had the Hawks that made a selection. I was completely distracted, and I got to go find who they drafted here. Let me pull it up. NFL draft. Who do these guys just snag? Atlanta Falcons took Richie Grant. What the heck does Richie Grant even play? I've never. What is this? Why am I seeing a commercial right now? What? Get off my screen. They have his position as SAF. What is he, a safety? I'm bugging right now? Yeah, Richie Grant, safety. I don't know why it's SAF. Somebody mistyped it on NFL.com, I guess. Okay. Falcons getting a safety. Do I care? No, but it's a position in need. When you have to, play against DJ Moore, Michael Thomas, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin every year, you definitely need to have his secondary members. So not surprised that that's the selection they make there. Chances of JOK, Notre Dame linebacker, falling to the Washington football team. I mean, I think looking around right now, who's in need of a linebacker? I mean, dude, a lot of these teams would take him. I can't believe he's fallen as far as he has, though. But, I guess they know a little bit more than we do at this point. Let's see here. Thank you for those of you who typed bless you, but appreciate that. Derek was saying, what do you think about the Bears' chances for making the playoffs? I mean, they made the playoffs last season, right? And they had an unstable quarterback, competition. Of course, I think both respectively played well when they were asked to do so. I think Mitchell Trubisky was a decent quarterback. I mean, he's the backup for Josh Allen now in Buffalo, but I think that the team ultimately is going to depend upon their defense carrying and then their offense at least just being able to put up points at a relative margin. So I think that their chances are well. But if Aaron Rodgers is there in that division, of course, the Detroit Lions are probably going to be last place in the division, unfortunately, for those of you guys who are Detroit Lions fans. I think Minnesota has a lot to prove defensively this season in order to kind of reestablish themselves. So they can certainly be second in the division if Aaron Rodgers is there. But if Rodgers is gone, there's a very good chance they can win their division. It's a question of whether or not they're going to give the keys to Fields. If they're going to let Andy Dalton drive the bus for a couple weeks, that's fine. But you have to win games. Otherwise, he should be replaced immediately. Okay. Let's go ahead and put Levi on the board. The newest member of the Detroit Lions. Another position in need. They went offensive line in the first round. Now they're going defensive line. Their new head coach is a former tight ends head coach or tight ends coach of the New Orleans Saints. He's a coach that is just, how do I even explain it? He just wants players to be nasty. He just wants players to get after it. And drafting offensive and defensive line, that's how you kind of set the tempo. You set it at the line of scrimmage, and then let the talent outside of that kind of open everything else up. But just watching this guy's highlights, I mean, nobody blocks him. It's hilarious. Giants traded with the Dolphins. Really? Dolphins are getting back into the second round, huh? Okay. Very well. Thank you very much for the update. Okay, let's see. Did I miss anything here? Bruin was saying Lions going Marshall. I wish that was the case, man. I wish. Michael was saying I love Diggs and Allen, obviously, but I wouldn't touch their running backs. Absolutely not. Do not touch Zach Moss. Do not touch Devin Singletary. It's a trap. It's a trap. Admiral Akbar, for those of you who are Star Wars fans. I think Matt Ryan is a strong QB1 and now has a tight end. Ryan is underrated. I mean, Ryan played like dog shit last year. Let's be totally honest, right? He didn't play well, but he also wasn't in an offense that was helping him. Derek Cutter in the last couple of years hasn't really been a great offensive coordinator for that team. I think Arthur Smith coming in, calling the plays, and kind of setting the tempo will make him a better quarterback. I think I do agree with you. He is underrated, but it's not because people don't believe in him. It's because of what have you done for me lately kind of idea. All right, let's see what the Dolphins end up picking here. Offensive tackle, Leon Eichenberg. Okay, cool. He was left tackle for Notre Dame. You can go ahead and move him to the right tackle if you want, and he can play the backside of Tua, but as of right now, that's a fantastic pick. I thought this guy should have been a first-round pick yesterday, specifically to the Ravens, who need another offensive tackle, but obviously they've thought against that and went ahead and drafted defense. Let's go ahead and put Eichenberg here, and I will go ahead and change the graphic from the Giants to the Dolphins. Very, very interesting moves going on. I mean, I'm excited about the moves, of course. Anytime we can see teams going out and making moves here, it just gives me more confidence in the idea that these teams know what they want and know how to address their specific needs. When a team just kind of sits back and has no picks, Seattle Seahawks, it gives me concerns, especially considering their huge need in offensive line isn't being addressed, as every selection of an offensive lineman is taken. It scares me. But, you know, Russell Wilson, maybe Russell Wilson should just be traded for Aaron Rodgers. Just swap it out. Let's just keep it moving that way. All right, Liam Eichenberg, fantastic selection. Let me go back into this chat, see what you guys are up to. Sauce was saying, I like James Robinson. Seems like he's always made one guy miss. Yeah, I mean, look, his rookie season, he was significantly better than anybody anticipated because I didn't even see him coming, right? There was all this talk about other running backs like Chris Thompson or Zigbo or I don't even remember. I mean, there were so many running backs in that Jacksonville Jaguars backfield, but he certainly came out and he balled out. And it's just sad to see that he's going to lose touches going forward. Let's see here. Let's scroll down a little bit here. What's up, Bryce? How's it going? JOK hopefully falls to the Raiders. Man, I mean, that would be insane. The Raiders certainly need defense. If I'm not mistaken, they have a former Los Angeles Ram middle linebacker, Corey Littleton. He is a good coverage linebacker. If you go ahead and get another outside linebacker that could just cause havoc, fly side down the sideline, make some pressure on quarterback, I mean, that's great. But typically they don't blitz linebackers off the edge. This is a defense that, you know, they have Mad Max on one side, and then they have Farrell on the other. And they're just running with those guys. But, yeah, anytime they can get more pressure, I think it'd be greatly needed because the Raiders have had a tough time getting to the quarterback. But either way, yeah, anybody to get – oh, wait, did they just move? Everyone's trading. Holy moly, man. My graphic should have just been empty. Like, I shouldn't even have had logos today because what's the point? I got to change it every 2.5 seconds. Everybody's, oh my goodness. All right, cool. I don't mind it. Let's go ahead. Let's save it here. Save as, yes. Complete. All right, cool. We move the Raiders to number 43, and we move down the 49ers to 48. Okay. Especially after Leatherwood pick. Yeah, I don't know, man. Leatherwood pick was questionable. I think Mike Mayock is probably right now going to make another pick that, as much as we want like a player like the Joker to go there, they're probably going to pick somebody else, and it's probably going to piss people off. But it is what it is. All righty. Where are we at here? All right, what's up? Okay, Bolan was saying we haven't fixed the offensive line in 9 years. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. So what do they get in exchange? A 4th-round pick and the 48th pick. Okay, makes sense. Just to go up a couple spots, huh? All right. Hope it's worth it. Has Kenneth Gain been selected? No. He will be the best running back in the draft. I mean, There's already a lot of good running backs, but if it ends up being, it's going to be where he's drafted to. That's really what it is. It's not a matter of talent. It's a matter of, can he go to a place that's going to give him the ample opportunity to excel. All right. So Robert, if this next pick ends up being Morig, I'm going to tell you to stop typing spoilers. All right, Robert, no more spoilers, man. I'm on a 15-second delay on my stream. Maybe if it's more, maybe it's 30-second. You're seeing picks before me. Don't spoil this shit for me, man. Okay, let's go ahead. Where is he? No, it's no problem. I thought you were guessing the picks, and I'm like, okay, now he's guessing at 100% accuracy. He must be seeing it before me. I'm like, you're either a sharp or you've got the stream ahead of me, and I think it's the stream. And I was like, okay, hold up. Michael was saying second round is going to be crazy with trades. I mean, it already has been, right? The Broncos moved up, then the Patriots moved up, then the Chicago Bears moved, and the Dolphins moved again. Now the Raiders, my goodness. All right, what is Dallas going to do? Dallas needs secondary players. They need cornerbacks. They need safeties. They don't need linebackers. They don't need offense unless they're going to invest in an offensive tackle to replace Lyle Collins and or Tyron Smith in the near future, because, again, those guys can't stay healthy. Outside of that, there's no tight ends that they can invest in. I mean, they still have Jarwin and Dalton Schultz, so outside of them, their offense is set. What's going on here, Nathan? Thoughts on the Bengals taking Chase over? Yeah, okay. So here's the thing about not protecting Joe Burrow. If they feel confident enough that, hey, we can get an offensive lineman through free agency or through the draft, or we have one that is going to be, sufficient enough to protect Joe Burrow in the future, then that's fine. I like the idea of, connecting and reuniting players that are very comfortable and have found success in college. But do I think it's essential that happens? No. I think their offense is going to be stacked with receivers. Having Chase, T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, those are great weapons. You can't ask for anything more, especially young ones, right? That are going to build over the years as they, continue to get better together. But missing out on a left tackle that you could have had there for upwards of 10 years, that's what they're saying. It's tough. It's tough to see what could have been, but it is what it is. All right, Cowboys, what are we doing here? Going defense, right? Let's see. What are we looking at? Lon was saying, looks like you will have to give. Okay, let's see. Why is this guy just yelling names? Could we just get the pick? Like, what are we doing? Always these Cowboys, former players are just losing their minds. What are we doing? Did he announce the pick, or is he just yelling? Yeah, he's just yelling. Okay, I'm just going to wait. Hope Dallas flubs this pick. I mean, I don't hope any pick flubs. I hope that every single player goes to their respective team and becomes an absolute all-star stud. That's what I'm hoping for, legitimately. I don't wish anything against any of these players. But when you make this, stupid decisions that everyone can tell you, hey, that was probably not the best decision, and then it doesn't pan out. And me, a bum on the street, can be like, hey, that probably wasn't the best choice. It's tough to trust in these organizations sometimes. Great. Defensive back. Cool. That's what they needed. Let's go ahead. Throw him on the board. Kelvin Joseph. Awesome. All right, the Jaguars. I believe they get to make another selection here. The Jaguars, who have already addressed quarterback, running back, and now will be addressed, and cornerback. Honestly, they've got a decent offensive line. They probably can improve it, but I don't know if there's any other guys that I'm thinking off the top of my head that are automatic plug and play studs, but I mean, I'm sure you can find one in the draft. Maybe they go defense again. Maybe they go linebacker. We'll see. What are we looking at here? Scroll down. Derek was saying, I wasn't expecting the Bears to trade up like that, but I'll take it. Absolutely, I agree. I think any opportunity for the Bears to improve is, I mean, the time is now. Literally, the time is now. Matt Nagy has kind of sat around and lost way too many games than he should have for as, great, quote unquote, great of an offensive mind as he was for the Kansas City Chiefs back in the day. But last time I checked, when Bieniemy can just walk in and be just as great, if not better than he was, then it speaks volumes. Matt Nagy's just got to show up, though. He's got to build his offense the way he needs to build it, and then he needs to just be able to keep up with his defense, because I'm telling you, that Bears defense is just always, I mean, I don't know why they got rid of Kyle Fuller, though. They just let him go. And they're talking about letting Thing go, too. Akeem Hicks. He's one of the better interior defensive linemen in the league. I know he's getting older, but, I mean, he's still good. All right, what do we got here? Mr. Roger Goodell. Okay, offensive line. Beautiful. Great. Not complaining with that. It just makes it better. Walker Little. Let's throw him on the board. Boom. All right, so if I'm the Bengals right here, right? This round already, we have seen 4 good offensive linemen taken. Okay? Starting with, of course, Dickerson, who's an absolute monster on the inside. What's his name? Tevin Jenkins, who is a brawler who will just pancake block you into your bench. And then Liam Eichenberg, who prototype tackle at this point. You could play either side, doesn't matter. Will probably play right tackle, but we'll see. At this point, I don't know about Walker Little, how great he is, but it doesn't matter. The Bengals need offensive line. And if they do not address that right now, I know that they don't deserve Joe Burrow. That's it, period. End of sentence. There'll be no more offensive line for the Seahawks. The Seahawks knew that. They knew that when they invested in, in Jamal Adams, that they weren't going to have a couple picks for a couple years, and they were willing to go with that. So, the thing that bothers me the most, I know they traded for an offensive guard, but like when you know you have Russell Wilson, and Russell Wilson is as good as he is, and you know that, hey, maybe we should protect him. I don't know why these teams don't go out in free agency and just drop bags on people. Just give people the bag. Give it. Like, who cares? You're investing in trying to win a Super Bowl. Are we not trying to do that? Like, my gosh, like, what are they doing sometimes? It confuses me. Offensive line are expensive, but it's not, I don't know. I don't think it should be that difficult to entice an offensive lineman to come play for your team. Especially when they make the playoffs almost every year and haven't had a losing record in so long. Let's see here. So we have the Bengals already making the selection, which is nice. I think the Chargers, the Chargers have already, addressed offensive line with Slater yesterday. They, of course, have Brian Bulaga, who could play either tackle. He played left and right for the Packers. They went and got Corey Lindsey from the Packers, the center, all-pro. They've improved their offensive line. That's great. They don't technically need to go anymore, but if they at 47 want to draft a guard, I'm all for it. But after that, I'd like to see them go wide receiver here. Like, actually, if you go Terrace Marshall, that'll make me happy, honestly. But otherwise, they'll probably go linebacker. They're going to go linebacker. They drafted a linebacker in the first round of last draft, Murray. They lost Casey Hayward. Mike Davis got to re-up on his contract. They lost Chris Harris Jr. because, of course, he's older. They re-signed Derwin James to his 5th-year extension, or the 5th-year option. They could go corner. They could go linebacker. They don't need defensive line. They've already invested a lot in Melvin Ingram and Joey Bosa. They have Linval Joseph on the inside. They don't need anything like that. All right, Cincinnati, what are we doing? Please go offensive line, please. What are you peeking? Good. Offensive tackle. Thank you very much. That's all we needed. Just build players around him. That's it. Give Joe Burrow what he needs to carry. Jackson Carman. Let's throw him up on the board. I don't know if you guys play video games, but if I was to give a League of Legends reference, for those of you who are familiar, there are specific positions in, League of Legends in which if you go ahead and give all the resources to a specific player and you allow him to carry your team and you allow him to be the end-all be-all, we win or lose through this player. That's how I think they should build Joe Burrow. Let him be the AD carry. Let him be the mid laner. Give him all of the farm. Give him all of the resources. Give him all of the econ. Invest and let him be the end-all be-all. Because that's what you did last year, right? You drafted him first overall for a reason. Invest. Very good. Jackson Carman. Hope you don't give up a sack all season long. That'd be fantastic. Still got to approve a couple more of those guys, but they're on their way. Let's see here. We had a couple more. Max was saying, Green Bay Packers, what are you doing? That's a fantastic question. The Green Bay Packers are strategically and methodically alienating the best player on their team and perhaps one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. And in doing so, they are going ahead and they're taking it's a very small thing. It's called the NFC Championship game. Yeah, they've been to it twice in the last 2 years. They're taking that and they're flushing it down the toilet because they could get back there once again and they can in fact get to the Super Bowl and win the whole damn thing if they just gave Aaron Rodgers help. But guess what? They don't want that. I call into question whether if the Green Bay Packers actually had an owner, would they actually make moves? Would an owner breathe down the neck of the GM and say, hey, you know what? This is my team. We're doing this. We're making this pick. We're not doing that. And would it help? Maybe. I mean, listen, if Jeff Bezos was like, hey, Andrew, do you want a couple $1 billion? And I was like, you know what, Jeff? Absolutely. Thank you very much. I would invest in buying the Green Bay Packers, or at least, helping this organization figure itself out. Please, for the love of God. So it just hurts my soul. What role do you play in League? I'm a jungler, dude. I am a jungle main. That is what I do. I mean, I could play everything because I've been playing since season 2. Yeah, I can play every role. I mean, I know how to play every champion because I've played every champion for the last 8 years, right? But I've been playing since season 2, but I find the biggest impact is just rolling people from jungle and just being able to dominate lanes by just ganking and stuff. What are we doing here? Who do the Titans pick? Offensive tackle or wide receiver? I think they need receiver or tight end, right? Because they lost that. It's going to be interesting to see. Like, Jonnu Smith was a huge part of that offense last year, and so was Corey Davis. Where are the rest of the targets going to go? Of course, A.J. Brown's going to get his. Derrick Henry's going to get his. I know they signed Josh Reynolds. I'm not too keen on thinking that Josh Reynolds from the Rams is going to go in and be a wide receiver too. I don't think it's that good of a pickup. I think they need a wide receiver and they need tight end. Because I don't think Anthony Firkser is the guy that's going to, make plays for them. Maybe they want to go ahead and trade for a guy like David Njoku. That would be nice. But because, again, I don't think the Cleveland Browns need 2 tight ends. They do have Hooper, and then they have the younger rookie that last year was decent in a couple games. But they should go wide receiver. That's what I'm hoping. But they'll probably go defense because that is, they were awful on defense. Specifically, they need defensive line. They need pass rush. Clowney was horrible for them last year. They couldn't sack the quarterback. They were one of the worst pass rushers in the league. So if it's me, I think the Titans should go wide receiver or pass rush, defensive end. Derek was saying you should probably go wide receiver. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. All right, Chargers. What are we doing here? The highest rank I finished is Platinum, but that was 2 seasons ago. It just takes two, like, all I do now is I play my 10 provisions. I get it automatically, because I'm grandfathered in, it'll give me gold, and then I just don't play because I want the end of season reward skin. So that's how I do it, Rex. I mean, that's how I literally, yeah, I've gotten the platinum though. Asante Samuel Jr. Okay, cool. They need a cornerback because, again, no Casey Hayward, no Chris Harris, but you bring another guy. Okay, cool. That is a fantastic selection. We love it. Let's go get Asante Samuel Jr. and throw him up on the board. Where are we at here? Nice. I like the pick for the Chargers, man. I think already 2 great selections. I'm happy with it. Absolutely happy with it. Anytime you can improve your secondary, I mean, it's in the same vein that why Denver selected Surtain, even though they had what they have in the secondary already. It's the, hey, we have to play against Patrick Mahomes twice a year, and we got to win in this division. And to do so, we need to be able to cover. So, on that note, go ahead and get another stud. Another Florida State, cornerback, and keep it riding. Okay, let's see here. I'm actually excited about the Chargers pick for fantasy purposes. I love the. Yeah, I would have loved them to have drafted a wide receiver, but honestly, I would have loved like a Javonte Williams to have gone to the Chargers, man. Eckler could still be a third down back and be relevant top 24 guy. And then we could have had another running back be potential top, 15. Yeah, man, struggles. But either way, Eckler is only getting better for him because nobody's kind of coming in to impede on his opportunity. What's your opinion on the Minnesota offensive line? I mean, to be honest, at this point, they went ahead and they invested in it last round in the first round selection. Let me go check their depth chart, honestly, because from what I remember, I don't know any of the Minnesota offensive linemen, yet their run game is incredible. And I think that has a lot to do with scheme rather than the talent in which they have. Of course, okay, they drafted Christian Darrisaw. I think it was pick 22, 24 yesterday. No, it was like 23, something like that. But outside of him, I mean, okay, Garrett Bradbury, we know. Otherwise, I don't know any of these other guys. Legitimately, these are not familiar names. When I used to play Madden every year, yes, they would be familiar names because of Ultimate Team, but now these are names that just whoop. So in terms of their offensive line, I'm sure they're talented. There's a reason why Dalvin Cook is producing, but it has a lot to do with their scheme and the way that Kubiak has been running that. So I think that is pretty much over everything. Terrace Marshall slipping, maybe fall to the Titans. Yeah, I'm sure they're hoping for that. Terrace Marshall to the 49ers. I mean, there's no way. They don't need it. That's the thing, right? Because of what they already have, Ayuk, Samuel, Kittle, and then they have, of course, Mostert with Jeff Wilson Jr., Wayne Gallman. They already have a stacked offense, in my opinion. They really, and they even have Richie James. They don't need anything else. If they wanted to, they can go sign another guy, but they don't need to, spend draft capital for another receiver when they're probably not going to be using a lot of 3 wide receiver sets, considering they love their 11, 12 personnel with Ross Dwelley on the other side. So, yeah, at this point, probably not something they do. I just picked it up and I can't get myself out of silver. Yeah, I mean, I think League of Legends, more than anything, is a game of experience and knowing matchups and being able to exploit matchups. And it's just being able to just have the... Who are they picking? Offensive guard. Beautiful. We'll take it. as if this team wasn't already great at run blocking. I mean, they just got better. Okay. But no, what I was saying, Rex, was yeah, league is a game of of time. That's really what it is. If you have the time to invest and learn, then you'll get out of it what you want. But outside of that, it is a ginormous commitment to just gradually improve. But I mean, if you've only just picked it up and you're in silver, I think you're already ahead of the curve. Where's Aaron Banks? Let's go grab Aaron Banks. Boom. Throw him up on the list. Dude, I'm telling you guys, the 49ers offensive line, as much as I am a Rams fan and I'm not supposed to like the 49ers, I'm telling you, I absolutely love their left tackle. I mean, it's unbelievable. What is it, Trent Williams? If I'm not mistaken, let's go look this up. Trent Williams. Number 71, Trent Williams, right? Yep, Trent Williams. He is by far, right now in the National Football League, the best offensive lineman. It's not even close. In my eyes, not even close. In terms of run blocking, pass blocking, the combination, the balance between the two, he is unbelievable. He's my favorite offensive lineman in the league. You go ahead and you throw a guard next to him that just, can learn from his experience. Ooh, this team's getting better. Let's see here. Sante makes a lot of sense there. I was hoping offensive to help Herbert. I mean, look, it didn't even look like Herbert needed help last year. I mean, they've got a couple young receivers there that when Keenan Allen and Mike Williams were in shambles in terms of injuries at the end of last season, were able to step up and help in those games, like against the Raiders at the end of the season, and really pulled through. Like specifically Tyron Johnson, he was really good. Guyton is a guy that's going to go for deep balls, but outside of that, they do have young talent at wide receiver that eventually will kind of pan out, hopefully. Okay. Banks is good, but too high. Yeah, I don't know. If I knew how talented they were, if I watched, more college football, which of course I don't because I'm heavily invested in the NFL, specifically fantasy, then, I know. But I mean, look, to be honest, when I think about what the 49ers need, they just need a guy that can run block. If Aaron Banks can run block and is a decent pass blocker, he'll have the benefit of play action to kind of just benefit and just kind of give him that advantage. It is so easy to pass block when you're a heavily, running team. That's why, Ryan Tannehill has all day. All right, what are the Cardinals picking? Rondell Moore. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Okay. Kyler Murray. Here it is. Look, this is what I love. There's a difference between filling in a wide receiver in a team that doesn't need a wide receiver and then filling in an athlete that could literally go anywhere on the field and just torch people. Yeah, Rondell Moore is going to be a... Whew. Like, in terms of fantasy, I'm thinking, okay, maybe in a couple years he could be relevant when Christian Kirk and AJ Green don't exist. But for now, I think this only makes me even more confident in the potential of Kyler Murray. I'm already confident in Kyler Murray. Like, I'll tell you right away, straight face, Kyler Murray's a top 3 quarterback next year in fantasy. That's how I'm drafting him, without a doubt in my mind. But them getting more on top of it just makes me even more confident after the fact. So, great pick. Smaller guy, but I don't care. You're going to have a great quarterback throwing you the ball. It's a lot of speed, man. I mean, a couple years back, they drafted Andy Isabella, and they didn't really utilize his speed. Hopefully, Cliff Kingsbury is kind of like retooled this offense and can use that speed to his advantage the same way that, Kansas City does that with their Mecole Hardman / Tyreek Hill packages. And if, in fact, they can go ahead and do that to the best possible extent that they can, they will find a lot of success and they will torch teams with Kyler Murray. And, oh, man. Kyler Murray. Here we go. I mean, it only makes it easier for DeAndre Hopkins too. When you have so much speed on the other side of the field, how do you cover speed? You have to put someone over the top. You have to commit a safety on the other side of the field. If you're playing a cover two, that's fine, right? But if you're playing a cover two and this guy splits in between it, you're going to be torched. So you have to already commit maybe single high and keep these guys kind of bracketed to an extent. And then you have DeAndre Hopkins running comeback routes and just torching one-on-one, and it just makes it so much easier. Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Let's see. Oh, Fitz is done? Yeah, I mean, I wasn't even anticipating Fitz to be there. When I was talking about Christian Kirk and AJ Green, I didn't even mention Larry Fitzgerald because, yeah, I think he's done. Whether he plays or not is not a concern of mine. Okay. Kyler Murray or Josh Allen? Good question. As of right now, that's a good question. I think it's close, but I'm leaning in the direction of. Give me a second. Where did Josh Allen finish last season overall? Was he the number one? Because if he was the number one, then I'll take Kyler over him. It's a superstition / history thing. Give me a second. Josh Allen was number one. Okay, can I confirm this? Josh Allen last season, 405 fantasy points and a 4 point per passing touch. Yeah, I'll take Kyler over him. I've said it every time. There hasn't been a quarterback since 2012, which was Drew Brees, to finish as the number one overall quarterback in fantasy and then do it again in the following season. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's not likely because of regression. And I do think that regression will take over. So just give me Kyler. I mean, I'm fully in on the Kyler train. I'll just put it that way. Doesn't mean that Josh Allen's not going to be a stud because we all know he's going to be a stud. I'm kind of leaning that direction. Okay, where are we at here? Fitz is done. What do you mean by? Oh yeah. Sorry, I already read that. Stretched field. Yep. Kyler Murray, Josh Allen. Yeah, okay, we did that. G-Men on the clock. Take a linebacker or offensive line, please. I agree, Robert. I would like to see them take offensive line. Protect their investment, but they probably won't. Could Kansas City could be a Kansas City type offense with a more mobile QB? I mean, yeah. Why not? Honestly, anytime you can emulate an offense around something that has already been successful, and then you can at least tap into that success and really activate it, go for it. If it ain't broke, don't, why? I mean, technically their offense, they slowed down a lot last season. I think they still need a running back they can rely upon. I don't think they're going to be able to find it there, but I mean, Kyler Murray is practically a running back. We'll see how it goes. But he fell off in the second half of the season. Let's not get it twisted. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Kyler Murray from weeks 1 through 8 was by far and away the number one quarterback, and then he fell off a cliff practically in terms of production. But so did Russell Wilson. Ben Kim was saying, is CEH a second rounder in a 12-team PPR? I don't believe so. I don't know, man. CEH scares me. I know he was a rookie last year, but even in a PPR, he's not getting enough targets. And they just signed Jerick McKinnon today, so he technically could be a second rounder, but I think I'd rather go wide receiver. In a full PPR, I'd rather go wide receiver in the second round than invest in CEH. But my opinion could change in the coming months for sure. It's just a matter of how it all pans out. It's to say the very least, CEH was a disappointment last year. I think he would have been fine if he hadn't gotten injured, but his injury pretty much killed his season, as it probably should for many scenarios. If you miss 4+ games, it happens. Do Mostert and Jeff Wilson solidify number one? Or Jeff Wilson solidify number one? Or do you think they're both startable on a weekly? Okay, here's the issue that I have with the Mostert / Jeff Wilson Jr. Split. Did they go defensive end? Yeah, of course they did. Of course. Let me go ahead and get Azeez on the screen. The issue that I have with the 49ers is that they don't care about giving a single running back all the touches. So what that honestly does for us is makes it so where these guys aren't really draftable. So I love Jeff Wilson Jr. He's been one of the most efficient running backs in terms of yards per, or even fantasy points per rushing attempt and fantasy points per reception and target. He's been one of the most efficient backs in the last couple of years, but he's just never given RB1 opportunity. And in last season, you can just tell when everybody else was injured and he was the only guy there, he can easily be an RB1. But unfortunately, I don't know if they're going to give him the reins. I think it'll be a split scenario. I think because of the way that the 49ers are built, you can start them both as flex plays. But they're highly dependent on touchdowns in order to have the upside, which is unfortunate. And also, they don't target running backs a lot in San Francisco, unfortunately. If we had gotten like a stable amount every single week, I know there's a couple games in which, Mostert, first game of last season, 75-yard reception to the house. That's great, but we got to get that more often. We got to get more receptions in the direction. Washington football team on the clock. Go get another linebacker and maybe, I don't know, pull off just one of the best defenses in the league. You might as well. Stuart, I don't know. I don't know if you need to grab a tight end this early for the Titans. But Marshall, I think you should. I think they should 100% draft wide receiver. Because it just makes it that much easier for us in fantasy to draft a guy in a later round and just kind of wait and see how he develops. And assuming, again, if Ryan Tannehill and that offense are still firing on all cylinders, Marshall would then get a huge workload in. All right, let's see what Washington's going to go with here. They don't need anything offense related unless they're going to go quarterback, but I doubt that it's too early in the second round. Tackle. Okay. So be it. Let's go ahead. I didn't expect that. I thought their offensive line was pretty solid already, but hey, they know what they need. Go ahead and invest in Cosme. So be it. Honestly, at this point, I'm not complaining. It only makes Antonio Gibson better. It only makes Fitzpatrick better, or Fitzmagic better, and in turn only makes McLaurin better. And at that point, I'm not complaining. Man, they got the whole family there. That's great. He's a shorter offensive tackle, or am I crazy? No, never mind. Maybe the girlfriend's just really tall. What the heck? I'm about to say, I was like, what the heck's going on here? Ooh, we got a trade. Ooh, we like. All right. Let's go ahead. Change the graphic. Cleveland Browns, they're moving up. We like it. Here we go. Cleveland's got a lot of third-round picks. So, yeah, their ability to move up is very likely because they can just kind of swap around in that scenario. Let's go ahead and save this graphic. Let's get Cleveland to the number 52 overall spot here in this round and see how they want to invest here. They're obviously going defense, right? I don't think anybody would be surprised if they go defense because offensively they're built Ford tough. This is not an ad, by the way. So let's see how that goes. Isn't Fitzmagic in Washington? That's what I'm talking about. That's why the offensive tackle only helps him. All right, let's see here. Is this guy the Macho Man Randy Savage of Cleveland? What is this? Oh, he has a mask on? That's funny. That's good. That actually looks good. It's hilarious. All right, Cleveland, what are you guys doing? I mean, would anybody be mad if they took the Notre Dame linebacker? I wouldn't. I mean, at this point, I'd say it's a steal. So why not? Move up 7 picks. Get a linebacker that only makes your defense better. And keep it moving. I mean, honestly, their offense it's set. There's nothing that they need to change offensively. Maybe they can get another offensive lineman for depth, but you can sign a guy like that because of the injuries that they were dealing with last year with Wyatt Teller and Bitonio. So at this point, just go ahead and... Okay, enough with the Macho Man. Could we just... Oh my gosh. Let's see here. Fitzmagic. I love McLaurin now. Fitzmagic should go to him early and often. Yes, 100%. Oh, dude. McLaurin is easily, without a doubt in my mind, a top 12 wide receiver this upcoming season with the quarterback of Fitzmagic there. The Fitzmagic made Devontae Parker look so good that they signed Devontae Parker, who he literally had done nothing for the first 4 seasons of his career. In his 5th season, Fitzmagic made him look so good that they gave him an extra 4 years, $44 million to play for the Dolphins. So that speaks volumes to, what he can do to a receiver. Whether they win games or not, I can give a give, But Fitzmagic is absolutely a guy that is going to feed his number 1 receiver, and McLaurin is going to ball out. That is for certain, and it's going to be beautiful. I can't wait to see what McLaurin's capable of. He's only getting better as a young player, and at this point, he's gonna have a breakout season, I think, or a defining season here in 2021. Okay, what do we got here? Okay. It's interesting that Carolina traded down. Didn't Carolina already trade down in this draft? Wait, who did the Browns just trade with? They traded with Carolina, right? It's interesting how they traded down twice, because they just traded down earlier from the Chicago pick. What was the biggest surprise of round 1? It's a good question. Let me think about it. There it is. The Joker. Thank you. Finally, somebody went and got him. Dude, I hope he makes everyone pay. Like, actually. He is a fantastic linebacker, but okay. Now he's going to go to a defense that actually will let him just run free and just dominate. All right, where's my linebackers list here? Boom. He's got the biggest name. This is always my concern. Can I fit him? This is what I'll do instead. Wait, what the heck is that? I'm trying to get the linebacker part down. All right, whatever. We'll leave him for there for right now. We'll come back to him and adjust it. I mean, Cleveland was already getting better defensively. Like, they already have pieces there. Their secondary is only getting better. Their pass rush is only getting better. Now you get another linebacker that just fly around the field and make plays. I'm surprised he fell this far. But hey, he's just going to ball out. It's going to be great for them. Just such an athletic player, man. He's such an athletic linebacker. You don't get a lot of guys like this. All right, so let's see here. We have the Titans next. Hopefully, go wide receiver. We got the Colts. I think they should also potentially invest in a wide receiver and or offensive line. Pittsburgh offensive line. Seattle offensive line. Los Angeles Rams offensive line. And or interior defensive line because they lost Michael Brockers, who they traded away to the Lions. That's why I was surprised that the Lions drafted the Levi kid, because they have Michael Brockers now. But again, if they want to go ahead and revamp, the inside, that's fine. Kansas City can go offensive line. Carolina probably defense. The Saints wide receiver, defense. A lot of these teams have overlapping needs, and I don't know if anybody's moving up in trading right now, but it's going to be a domino effect here. So we'll see how it transpires, I suppose. Should use 2 lines for, yeah, at this point, I probably should have, but if it was a smaller logo, if like the Chargers had drafted him, I could have like put him in between and it would have just been fine. But of course, a team that had a fatter logo had to draft him just to spite me. Yeah, Marshall should be drafted here. If they go defense, I'm not going to be mad, but I would like them to go Terrace Marshall from LSU. I would like that. Pete will trade down for lower quality players trying to play genius. Yeah. All right, who are the Titans taking? Please take Marshall. Okay, that's fine. Look, the reason why they had to invest in offensive line mainly is Taylor Lewan is coming off of an ACL injury, and Isaiah, what's the kid's name? Titans 2020 first round pick. Isaiah Wilson. They drafted him last year, and he is no longer playing in the NFL. So they missed horribly on their first round pick last year on offensive line. So they go ahead and they invest in other offensive linemen. But this is interesting because I don't know, there's a potential that they're worried about Taylor Lewan's recovery. That's why they're going and drafting tackle. Anyway, let me go ahead and get Dylan on the screen. Offensive line, again, taken off the board. There's a lot of teams that in the next 5 or 6 picks need offensive line, and they're getting siphoned off the board. What is this guy's last name? Let's go ahead and throw him here. Where art thou? Here we go, Dylan. Perfect. If Pete Carroll, if he wanted to trade down, he could. But my goodness, what are you going to find in the 4th, 5th round? I know that there's been legendary players to come from those rounds, but with a team that's already ready to win, it's tough to find a 5th rounder that's immediately going to find success on your team. It's just a fact. It's just purely statistically, it's been tough. Very, very interesting. Marshall to Green Bay and maybe Rodgers running back another year. As much as I'd love that, I don't know. Everything, all the reports that Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter are kind of putting out to the world are revolving around the idea that Aaron Rodgers legitimately doesn't want to play for them and probably won't be playing for them in 2020. As much as that hurts, and that potentially being a reality is horrible, especially for the NFL, because Aaron Rodgers is a player that really does, he sells tickets. Purely, that's it. Makes the game bigger because of who he is. I don't think a wide receiver selection, especially a rookie, is going to make the big difference. If you want to keep, Aaron Rodgers happy, go get Julio Jones. That's what you do. You make leaps and bounds saying, hey, you know what? We believe so much that you're the best quarterback in the NFL. we're just going to surround you with even better players and go win a Super Bowl, because that's what we all want to do. That's why we wake up in the morning, to get better, to win a Super Bowl. That's my job as a GM, to make this team the best it possibly can be. But instead, they don't. It's just so tough. It's great to see how the fantasy teams are unfolding during this draft. Like Washington, I draft McLaurin in the second and Fitzpatrick late in the draft because people are going to overlook him. Got a solid tight end too. Yeah, I mean, look, that offense as a whole, Fitzpatrick loves to throw the ball to running backs. So not only is Antonio Gibson got value, J.D. McKissic has value, Terry McLaurin has value, Logan Thomas has value, Curtis Samuel, who signed with them this offseason, has value. They've got a lot of weapons in that offense, and Fitzpatrick has proven, in my opinion, that he can certainly sling the rock in the last 2 seasons. So let's hope he can get it done. What do we got here? Pat should have taken Marshall. Was the Pats pick good? I mean, it depends on... Look, at this current moment in time, I don't think that the Patriots need a wide receiver. I think in terms of receiver help, they're in a pretty solid spot. I mean, you're still waiting to see if N'Keal Harry can pan out. And then on top of that, you have the potential of, the players that you signed in the offseason in terms of free agents. So, in my opinion, they'll probably go in a later round and draft the successor for the Julian Edelman kind of position. They're going to go find a short white guy that plays lacrosse that will play slot for them in the future. But for now, I think they're fine filling in defense. I mean, the Patriots from a couple years back that were the best fantasy defense were guys that were just killing everyone. Obviously, they're not going to get back to that because they're missing a couple players here and there. But to be honest, I don't mind them getting defensive tackle, especially an Alabama defensive tackle. That's always fun. What do you think about? They know who Rodgers liked at least. If Green Bay don't, yeah. I mean, to be honest, the reports have kind of been revolving around. Okay, they've been trying to fix a deal as of late with Aaron Rodgers. He didn't want to sign the extension because they wanted to restructure and all this kind of jazz. And then they went through multiple meetings and nothing really figured itself out. So, I don't know. All right, what are the Colts picking? Please go wide receiver. Okay, defensive end. Very well. Didn't they go defensive line yesterday as well? I mean, they are going. Yeah, I think they went defensive line yesterday too. They want to just get after quarterbacks, huh? Very well. They want to make everyone's life a living hell. Let's throw him up on the board. Bada boom. How you doing? Wait, what were you saying, Lon? My commish had that NED 2 years ago. Pissed me off. What do you... So maybe misspelled, but I don't know what you're on about. Are the Pats a top 12 team in the NFL right now? No. They're not the best team in their division, which are the Bills right now. And competing with the Bills, I think it takes a couple years to get there. Because that team is just really good. Yeah, Indy is going to, yeah, I mean, they already, like last season, they traded their first round pick for DeForest Buckner from the 49ers. And then they've gone ahead and they spent a first round pick this year on defensive end and then a second round pick on defensive end. I mean, their defense should be unbelievably good. What about Devontae Adams, Aaron Jones, possibly without Rodgers? I mean, they're not going to be a good football team without Rodgers. I'll tell you that much. He does a lot for that team. They won't be a good football team. And yeah, Adams and Aaron Jones will get touches, but it's not going to be sufficient enough to what they're usually used to. And they're definitely not going to be of the talent that... All right, what are the Pittsburgh Steelers doing? Is Franco Harris? What are the Steelers doing? Wait, what are the Steelers doing? Really? That's what we're doing right now? Like, I get it. He's good, but you need someone to block for you. The tight end can block only so much. All right. All right. We'll see how this goes. That's crazy. I mean, it gives the Seahawks a chance to grab offensive line. Yeah, I don't know why they went tight end. I don't get it. That's kind of confusing. But whatever. Mac Jones will be an average, if not better QB in a league of 8 for 8+ years. I don't know. We'll see. I hope he's fantastic. Honestly, if he ends up being what they want him to be, then that's great. I wish the best for every single one of these draft picks, but we'll see what happens. I wanted Rams to go tight end. No, the Rams should get away from tight ends. And as soon as... Sorry about that. So you got me talking about the Rams. I cocked my hand back to, that was totally accident. Sorry about that. If I rattled your ears, my apologies. I got to make sure my audio is even working. Okay, my audio is still working. Okay, cool. Yeah, but anyway. I don't want the Rams going tight end. No, thank you. I think Tyler Higbee's fine. I mean, they let Gerald Everett go to the Seahawks. It doesn't really matter. You don't need tight end. Eric Brickhands Ebron. I don't think Eric Ebron's that bad. I mean, he had a really good season in Indianapolis because Indianapolis and Andrew Luck knew how to use the tight end position. The rest of the teams that Eric Ebron's played for, they're not tight end premium offenses, right? He's not playing for the Chiefs. He's not playing for the Eagles. He's not playing for, if Eric Ebron was the second tight end on the 49ers, that'd be fantastic, right? But he doesn't play for those kind of teams. He didn't play for the Raiders. If you played on a tight end premium offense that loves to use tight ends, that's fine. But that's never been the Steelers. Not especially as of late. Let's see. Roethlisberger will be in a body bag by week 10. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's possible. I mean, the amount of injuries he has faced in his career already, I wouldn't be surprised if, another injury takes place. They're just not going to protect him. I mean, I'm sure they have guys in the organization that they feel comfortable about, but come on, man. There's no way. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. That is for certain. Where do you draft Najee Harris in a redraft, half PPR? I think as of right now, I'm unclear because I haven't done as many mock drafts as late, especially considering the draft has gone on. Prior to this draft, right? I didn't do a single mock draft because it doesn't matter. Because when rookies aren't accounted for, it's not a real draft, right? Now that rookies will be accounted for, and after this entire draft goes through, now that we have guys like Javonte Williams, which will decrease value of players, and other players get drafted and increase their own respective values, it's going to make a difference. But I was saying it yesterday, and I said a little bit earlier today, I really do believe that Najee Harris will be a late second, potentially early third round pick. He'll be exactly where Jonathan Taylor was drafted last season. Maybe even higher because there's no risk of Marlon Mack. So I do think that he's a late second based off of the hype that's going to carry into August. By August, I think that's where he'll end up. He probably won't go there right now. He'll probably be a fourth round pick right now, maybe fifth. But we'll just see how it kind of figures itself out. I was thinking the Rams like 2 tight end sets with Higbee. Yeah, I mean, it depends if, what's his name? If Matthew Stafford likes 2 tight end sets, right? Because I think they're going to restructure the offense to kind of formulate and do the things that Matthew Stafford loves, which is deep ball and then short passes to the slot receiver. And you have guys for that already. I would have loved the Rams to have gotten Kenny Golladay and just repaired that with Stafford, but I don't, unfortunately that did not go the way we wanted. They didn't have enough money, of course. All right, what are we doing, Seahawks? Watch, they're going to go defense. They're not going to draft offensive line. It's going to be hilarious. What? Wide receiver? Okay, look, I'm not mad because it makes Russell Wilson a better quarterback. But you got Lockett that you just signed to a huge contract in the offseason. And you got Metcalf. Who else are we going to throw the ball to? We're going to get another guy to throw the ball to? Really? Okay. Dwayne Eskridge. Let's go ahead and throw him on the board. Sometimes I just don't understand these teams. Does it matter that I understand them? No. But I would just like to understand them a little bit more than I already do. Because this shit's confusing. Okay, so be it. You go wide receiver. So be it. I don't know, man. Rams are on the clock. This is the one pick I've been waiting for. After this pick, the stream ends. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, if the Rams botch this pick, we're done. Stream will just turn off. Nah, I'm just kidding. What do you want from the Rams here, Andrew? Interior defensive line, linebacker, offensive line, wide receiver. I want a whole new team. That's what I want. Yep. Just leave me Stafford, Woods, Kupp, Ramsey, and Donald. Take the rest of them. Give me a new team. That's what I want. And then I'll be happy. Just let me keep the studs, my blue chip players, and then, move everybody else. But knowing the Rams, they probably go like interior they'd probably go defense here. But I mean, if they can go get a big-bodied wide receiver, I wouldn't be mad either. I know they took Van Jefferson last season, so they probably don't want to invest in an early wide receiver again. So, it's just weird. Russell's going to run for his life. I don't think it'll be that bad, but at least he'll have another weapon to throw the ball to. Maybe he can get open and make it easier for him. Whole new team, haha. Yeah, I'm not kidding. That's what I want for the Eagles. Yes, I know. It is greedy to say that as a Los Angeles Rams fan, we need a whole new team. But like, in terms of being able to compete in the current landscape of the NFL, and you have to beat the defending champions, who are right now the favorites in the NFC. You have to beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Can you beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the current squad that the Rams have? I don't know. I don't think so. And until otherwise noted, it's going to be tough. Now, the Rams technically did beat the Buccaneers during the regular season last year. I think it was Monday Night Football game. The Rams won that game. So, we're on our way, but that was a Bucs team that wasn't in their full potential yet. Let me get into the chat, see what's going on here. Seeing a trend for smaller, compact, speedy receivers. I mean, that's what this draft was all about. Smaller, compact receivers that are fast and can make absolutely people miss just by running routes. These are just some of the best route running wide receivers. That's pretty much what this entire draft has been. You don't have the big body guys, right? Like last season, you have Chase Claypool's as guys that you can just throw the ball up to, and he's 6'5", 6'4", and he's gonna go make a play. You don't have a lot of those guys in this draft. These are smaller guys, and just gotta hope their speed overtakes. You would keep Akers? Yes, sorry. Cam Akers, 100% keep. Yeah, 100%. At this point, I mean, Cam Akers is going to be in that, late first, early second round conversation going into this upcoming fantasy season. If they throw at Cam Akers the ball, similar to the way that they did with Todd Gurley in 2018, my goodness, Cam Akers going to have a lot of opportunity on his hands. Could be an easy RB1, which I'm hoping. Gotta admit, Goff showed guts with a thumb at the end. I mean, he was playing for his job. Like, he knew that they were going to replace him, right? It was already, like, kind of looming. He had a feeling that was coming down the potential, pipe. But, so he knew he had to prove himself. That there's a reason. Like, you don't typically, as a franchise quarterback with making that much money, risk for even more injury with the thumb. But he said, I got to go ahead and prove that I'm a tough guy and that they should keep me. And then all of a sudden, here comes Matthew Stafford, making my life easy. Until Matthew Stafford gets injured, like he always does. And then Orlando Pace, very nice. Ooh, wide receiver. Let's go. All righty. We're just going to make Matthew Stafford a machine, huh? Okay. I'll take it. Who's Van Jefferson? Hello. Nobody. Tutu Atwell, thank you very much. As soon as you said Tutu, I was like, all right. I know who they're talking about. It's the most unique name in the entire draft. Let's see here. Lon was saying, I got Cam Akers in the seventh round pick in my keeper league. For when? Oh, last year's draft? Yeah, that's potential. Yeah. I mean, if that's the case, then yeah, you definitely stole him going forward. But that's how it works in keeper leagues. Goff stinks. Sorry, but not a fan. He burned me a couple of years. Yes, he's dog shit. I agree. Don't worry. I have never been and never will be an advocate of Jared Goff being a good quarterback. It's just not. It's not going to be it. So at this point, Jared Goff is what he is. If you're a Lions fan, don't expect to win more than 4 games this year. All I'm saying. Tutu Atwell, huh? I mean, I don't really care about Tutu Atwell. I care about Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp because those are the fantasy guys that I want to draft, right? And I'm hoping Robert Woods is as good as he was last year. Even better, maybe because quarterback play is significantly better. But I think the fact that they have a portrait of Roger Goodell in the background, that is an absolute meme, and I respect it. I absolutely respect it. All right, so Kansas City's on the clock. Who are they going to go with? Rams are going back to a top offense? I hope so. That'd be fun. What are they doing? Van Jefferson, Kupp. Oh, they do have Deshaun Jackson. Dude, why did we even sign Deshaun Jackson? Yeah, I mean, I didn't even remember them having it. Listen, at this point, I wanted them to go defense. They didn't. We're going to suffer because of it. Because, the Rams are the Rams. So be it, man. It is what it is. McVay is... I mean, look, here's the thing. Deshaun Jackson, even though, we got Deshaun Jackson, he's going to play 4 games for us. And then he's going to be hurt the rest of the season. So, not really surprised. opinion, the Rams O-line, they're good, but they're old. We need more youth. They should have gone offensive line for the last 2 years in a row, but they haven't had first round picks because they've been trading, right? They've been getting Goff, getting rid of Goff, getting Ramsey, getting rid of, other Gurley, So Brandon Cooks, all these trades that they've made has definitely hurt them. But, it is what it is. Marshall to KC, whoo. As if they need more firepower. Shit, do it. I'm ready for that. I'm absolutely ready for that. That'd be nice. Okay, let's see here. Okay, cool. Where are we at? Okay, picks in. What are we doing here? What are they gonna pick? Okay, linebacker, whatever, man. I have no analysis for linebackers, man. I don't know what this... I've never even seen this guy play. So be it. They want a linebacker, they can have him. Whatever. Makes no difference to me. I'll go ahead and throw him up on the board, and we'll keep moving. Are they going to speed up the picks in the next round? Because if that's not the case, I'm going to lose my voice. I'm going to be totally honest. I've been talking for... Dude. Whew. All right, here we go. Let's see here. Bolton, what the F? Yeah, I know. All right, Michael was saying Deshaun will play 3 snaps in the first game. Then his annual soft tissue injury, correct. Cashes checks. Last, like he did the last 6 years. Not sure why people still even consider it. Yeah, dude, I'm not a fan of Deshaun Jackson in any capacity. He was a fantastic player back in the day for the Eagles. When he went to Washington, he was good. Even early in Tampa Bay, he was decent. But in the last 2-3 years, I have no interest in ever having Deshaun Jackson on my teams. And unfortunately, at least they give another deep threat to Stafford, so his fantasy value goes up. But, it hurts. Mahomes struggled O-line problems in Super Bowl. I know, but look, they've kind of addressed it. So theoretically, if you take into account that they traded their first-round pick for Orlando Brown will now play left tackle for them, former right tackle / left tackle of the Baltimore Ravens. So you got your left tackle. Then they went ahead and they signed Joe Thuney, former guard of the Patriots. They went in, they got Kyle Long, the former guard All-Pro for the Chicago Bears. They got him out of retirement, signed him. So they've kind of re-upped a little bit of their offensive line. I would have loved to see them keep Schwartz. Schwartz is a fantastic right tackle, one of the best in the league. I think he's still dealing with injury. That's why nobody has signed him. But I would have loved to have seen him play for the Chiefs once more, but not the case. Let's see here. Saints need a quarterback or a wide receiver. If they draft cornerback, then Marshall goes to Green Bay. I mean, why not Marshall to Buffalo? Who says no to that? You know why? I mean, they do have, okay, technically, if we want to say that they're solidified on offense, I won't argue it because they do have Stephon Diggs. They do have Cole Beasley. And in the player that a lot of people are kind of sleeping on, goodness gracious, they lost John Brown, right? Let me confirm this. I'm pretty sure John Brown's gone. Yeah, John Brown's gone. And then their next best guy, and honestly should be kind of looked into, is Gabriel Davis. Gabriel Davis, in the games in which John Brown was out last season with injury, has come in and he's stepped up multiple times. He's a very good wide receiver. So you don't even need a wide receiver there. So technically, yeah, If you think the Green Bay is going to go wide receiver, I hope so, man. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be interesting, though. Okay, let's see here. All right. What do we got going? Carolina, they're going to make a selection here. Carolina, in the first round, they went J.C. Horn, right? So if they went J.C. Horn, they already solidified a corner. They've got a pretty good secondary already. With that, in addition, I mean, you could always get better, but what is next for them? Linebacker, D-line. I mean, really, their issue has always been defense. They've been, I think, for 3 seasons straight now, they've been one of the worst run-stopping defenses in the National Football League. Every time in fantasy, if you have a running back playing against Carolina, I always suggest you play them because Carolina just gives up, points. That's what they do. They give up yardage, and they cannot stop the run. Have they tried to fix that? Certainly. Losing Luke Kuechly, losing Thomas Davis, losing, a lot of talented young. Well, I mean, Thomas Davis is not young, but losing Kuechly specifically has kind of thwarted their once elite defensive days. What do we got here? Bills. Got to get the best running back here. Moss and Singletary are garbage. I don't disagree with that sentiment. I don't think they're the worst players in terms of running backs that are in the league right now that get reps and snaps and touches. I don't think they need running back. I'd rather them go get offensive line if they need it. I don't know if they need it, though. I know their right and left tackle are great. They have a couple good guards and centers. So I don't think, unless the Bills go guard, I don't think they need an offensive lineman. Do they need running back? No. But would we take them, them getting one? It's no problem. That sounds like another potential fantasy, stud coming in the future. But to be honest, the Bills' offense just isn't built to run the ball. That's the problem. So they probably go defense, All right, Carolina, what are we doing? They went with Marshall. Okay. They are giving Sam Darnold all the weapons. So be it. I respect it. Am I surprised? Yes. Because I think, man, they already have great weapons. Are they going to really put Terrace Marshall in the slot position? Is that what they're really... Because they're going to have to, right? They lost Curtis Samuel. You have Robbie Anderson. You have DJ Moore. And then you put Terrace Marshall in the slot? Because who's going to play the slot if... he's going to have to, right? And I think that'll be fine. Sam Darnold, man. If Sam Darnold can't produce now, what are we doing, right? He has everything he could want. A good offensive line. Christian McCaffrey to dump the ball to if you get in a terrible scenario. And then you got 3 stud wide receivers. That's it. And then you got a defense that just gives up points. So that means they're going to be throwing the entire time. Great. Let's do it. Curtis Samuel went to Washington. He's the number 2 wide receiver for the Washington football team. Okay, so Green Bay has no wide receivers to grab anymore. What a surprise, depression, pain, suffering. That is how I feel for Aaron Rodgers. I share his, emotions. I can feel it. It's through the force. I can feel it. It's tough. But it is what it is. It's a good pick, though. If they get what they, want out of Terrace Marshall, then that would be a good spot. We were talking about Terrace Marshall going way before he just got selected. We were talking about him going to the Titans earlier, potentially going to the Chargers earlier than that. The fact that he ends up there. We were even talking about him going number 41 to the Lions. Because, again, the Lions don't have any wide receivers. They don't have anybody. Their best receiver, if I'm not mistaken, is literally Tyrell Williams. Let me go see their depth chart right now. Because they lost Golladay. They lost Marvin Jones. They have Brashad Perriman, Tyrell Williams, and Khalif Raymond, formerly of the Tennessee Titans. Like, that is the worst wide receiver core I've seen in years. It pretty much mirrors how bad the Jets wide receiver core was last year with Brashad Perriman, might I add. It is bad. That's why TJ Hawkinson's going to have every single reception in that offense. Buy TJ Hawkinson stock. Thank you very much. Moving on. The Saints selection is in. Let's see. Pete Werner, linebacker. Okay, cool. They went defense for the second pick in a row this draft. So be it. Where are we at with Warner? I gotta go find his name. Warner. There it is. Perfect. Okie dokie. That's fine. I got no problem with it. Now we got the contenders. We literally have the 4 contenders left to pick in the second round. The 2 that I think, I mean, these were the final 4 teams last year. Obviously, that's how the draft works, you know, the order of compensation, whatever. But I mean, a lot of these teams don't need players. Like I can't see, like I can't even look at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and be like, yeah, they have a need at this position. They don't. They don't have any needs at any positions. They can get more depth at player, you know, positions like in the secondary or in defensive line to have more packages that they can rotate to, and just give what's his name? What's the defensive coordinator there? He was the former head coach of the Jets. Man, I forget his name. It's gonna piss me off that I forgot it too. Where is he? Todd Bowles. My goodness, can't believe I forgot that. It just gives Todd Bowles more weapons. And to be honest, the way that he runs his defense, just giving him more packages to just mess with opposing offenses only makes them better at this point. Let's see here. I think Green Bay will go Amon St. Brown. I mean, his brother's on the team. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I mean, he's a good wide receiver out of USC, but is he somebody that they need to invest in? Look, here's the thing. I don't think that Green Bay gives a flying F about any wide receivers in any capacity ever. They're going to go defense again here, and we shouldn't be surprised. That's how Green Bay's functioned over the last couple of years. How did Brady end up on the best team again? Well, okay, here's the thing, Lon. They technically weren't the best team until Brady got there, right? With Jameis Winston at quarterback, throwing 30 interceptions back in 2019. What was their record in 2019? I'm actually curious. Buccaneers 2019 record. They were a 7-9 football team. Okay, so they were average. Okay, I mean 8-8 is average, but let's say they're average. Okay, almost a 500 record. If you go ahead and have a 500 football team that has pieces, and you just throw a legendary quarterback, the GOAT, in, I mean, everything just kind of happened to fall into the right spot. I feel like it's all timing too. Like Brady, of all the years to come out, finds himself in a perfect spot. It's perfect timing. It's crazy. But I mean, there are other teams in this league that if you put Brady on their team, they automatically become a contender. I think it just overemphasizes it when Tampa Bay, the rest of the team, kind of elevated itself to the level of Brady, and then it just kind of got out of control. Let's see here. What do you think about Justin Fields' pick? Clayton, I think it's fantastic. The issue that I have here with the Justin Fields pick, the only one issue is that there's a potential that they might fire the head coach and we'll have to restart next year. If that's the case, that's cool, because in my opinion, the guy that deserves a head coaching job more than anybody in the NFL right now is Eric Bieniemy, the offensive coordinator for the Chiefs. So if we can get some sort of possibility in which Bieniemy ends up being the head coach, this will be the second offensive coordinator from the Chiefs to go to the Bears. I mean, Nagy was the offensive coordinator before Bieniemy. But anyway, if we can somehow get that to transpire in the next year, assuming, of course, there isn't immediate success, because if there's immediate success with Nagy, then they're going to keep them there. They're going to re-sign them up. But otherwise, I think it's a fantastic pick. There's a lot to build in Chicago. Obviously, they've addressed quarterback. They've addressed offensive line. They got their 2 running backs, Montgomery and Cohen. Allen Robinson still on the franchise tag. Obviously, has voiced his opinions on wanting to potentially play elsewhere to win games. But they have Mooney. They're building. They just got to keep building that offense, man. Their defense is just so good already that they don't have to worry about it. Let's see here. Winston also had 9 fumbles along with 30 picks. Absolutely terrible. Yeah, it is what it is, man. That is what scares me about. What are the Bills picking? Let me see here. Defensive end? All right, cool. That's what scares me about Jameis Winston and people thinking that he's going to win the job over Taysom Hill. I'm telling you, it's Taysom Hill's job. I think Taysom Hill will be the starting quarterback, and I think he'll be a fantastic fantasy quarterback. The only problem with Taysom Hill is that if you like Alvin Kamara and you thought about drafting him this year, it might not be the best decision with Taysom Hill at quarterback, because Taysom Hill does not pass the ball to running backs. He instead will keep the ball and run it and tuck and get yards with his feet. All right, let's go get Basham and throw him up on the board here. Where's his name? Where's Mr. Carlos here? Carlos, there we go. Boom, let's throw you on screen. That's my only concern. If Jameis Winston doesn't win the job, Taysom Hill is going to win the job and eventually make Alvin Kamara, who has caught the ball 81 times every single year since his rookie year, and that number is going to take the first dip in a while, unfortunately. Opinion on where Perkins goes? Who's Perkins? What's the first name? Is it an offensive player? Because if it's not an offensive player, don't even ask me about it. I mean, because, I don't really pay much attention to these defensive studs. I just let them go. How about the Raiders' first pick? I was baffled, to say the least. Yeah, look, Mike Mayock and Gruden, they are very much so guys that think outside of the box. And it was apparent a couple years back when they drafted Cleveland Farrell as hard as they did. It is just a thing that they do. They like to go ahead and make picks that a lot of other people would say are not wise, and they try to normalize it. So it's just interesting. All right, Packers, what are we picking today? What are we doing? Come on. Okay. They needed a center because they lost Corey Linsley. That's fine. That works. Myers. Let's go grab Myers. Let's throw him up on the list. Yeah, Linsley is really good and went to the Chargers, so that's nice. But yeah, they needed to replace him. Okay, that's fine. No problem there. Hill could get 10 rushing touchdowns. Yes, very easily. 100%. Not even close. Hill is deceptively good. He is like a game manager to an extent. He's not going to lose you the game because he's not going to turn it over because he's very passive in that sense. But in the 2 games that he started, he started 3 games last year. One was against Denver, and Denver didn't have a quarterback, right? They were starting the wide receiver at quarterback, so it just wasn't a game. But the 2 games that he played against division rivals, against the Atlanta Falcons, he was able to get the ball to Michael Thomas efficiently. I think Michael Thomas in both of those games had 9 catches and over 100 receiving yards. No touchdowns, but at least he knew to get the ball to Michael Thomas. Great. That is already step number 1 to becoming the clone of Drew Brees. On top of that, when you have a rushing quarterback, it makes it that much harder for a defense because the backside defensive end who you're read optioning has to stay put, because if he runs down the line of scrimmage, he pulls and he's gone. Taysom Hill is too athletic of a runner. He'll make them pay. So we'll open up lanes for their runners, but the issue becomes if you're going to run the ball down on the goal line, if you're not going to pass the ball to Alvin Kamara, where does Alvin Kamara's value go? It goes into the gutter. It really does. And that's unfortunate because Alvin Kamara has had the best, season out of all running backs, was the number 1 guy by a wide margin. But if you go back to the games in which Taysom Hill was a starting quarterback with Alvin Kamara, he didn't catch the ball. He didn't perform very well either. Let's see here. Perkins is defensive end. Okay, cool. I mean, if they go defensive end again, that'd be insane. But hey, maybe they just want to cause havoc. I'm gonna throw him into the dam, the Fox River over Rodgers. Yeah, I mean, look, the GM for the Green Bay Packers is man. The decisions he makes are often questionable. That's all I got to say. Let me hear Roger Goodell. What are we doing here? Who are the Chiefs taking? Offensive line, please. Center. Good. That's what they needed. Very well. So you got a brand new center, 2 brand new guards, a brand new left tackle. Now we got to figure out what the right tackle is going to do, and we'll continue with it. But that's fantastic. Let's go get Humphrey. Let's throw him on the board here. Boom, Humphrey. That's fantastic. You got to protect Mahomes. You see, this is what happens when an organization knows what they have to address. In this offseason, they literally have rebuilt the entire offensive line because they knew, hey, that was our biggest issue. We can play defense. We can play offense. We got to protect Mahomes. Keep him healthy. They've gone ahead and done that. Congratulations. Close out the second round with a nice offensive lineman. Great. I don't know if he's any good, but I'm assuming, the Chiefs know what they're doing at this point. Let's see here. Seattle should have taken a center. Seattle should have done a lot of things already, okay? Seattle is 10 steps behind a lot of these other teams right now, especially in the draft, because they don't have capital, right? And they don't have the ability to trade, and they don't have the money to go out and make some of these decisions. So it's tough. They're in a tough spot right now. But they're still contenders at the end of the night. Would you ever rate Devontae Smith as a wide receiver 3 on your fantasy team? Or does he have potential for top 25? Yeah, I think he has potential. Why not? I don't think a wide receiver 3 specifically. Okay, so a wide receiver 3 would make him rank between 1 through 36, right? I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that he can certainly finish there because he's going to be the number 1 for Philadelphia. It is undoubtedly that he's going to be the number 1 there. Now, whether he finds immediate success, that is a completely different conversation. But I think he certainly has the opportunity and the potential of doing so because who else is he competing with there for targets? Sure. I think Zach Ertz is going to be traded before the season even begins. So we'll get there when we get there. But there's Goddard that's going to get his targets. I mean, looking at the rest of the guys, Rieger didn't do anything last year. Travis Fulgham disappeared after the midway point. JJ Arcega-Whiteside, who Megalol, what are we talking about? It's Devonta Smith, right? So he has to be a top 36 wide receiver, undoubtedly. Now, whether he becomes a top 25 guy, I'm not 100% certain. I think it's going to be a progression over time to see if he can get there because he is playing in a division. When you have to match up against Bradbury with the Giants, he's going to get locked down. Then he has to play against the Washington football team, who, if I'm not mistaken, don't they have a cornerback named Fuller? Let me go find this. Washington football team depth chart. If we go to their depth chart, I believe they're starting number 1 corner. Yeah, Kendall Fuller. Boom. That's going to be a problem for him, right? it's gonna be difficult, right? Because there isn't that much other talent to like pull pressure away. Hopefully he'll succeed, but you know, we're in a position right now where we're drafting him, you know, whenever we can. I mean, obviously later in the draft, and we're leaving him on our bench and waiting for bye weeks. And when the bye weeks come, hopefully by then he will have already excelled to being the stud that he was in college and can immediately just be a plug and play. I think the Packers pick can be preparing for a heavy run game without Rodgers. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Someone tell me, is Jordan Love extremely mobile? Let me go check out Jordan Love's rushing ability in college. I know every quarterback in college can run. I mean, Joe Burrow was, you know, he had wheels in college. And sort of Trevor Lawrence. But, I mean, they're not really running quarterbacks, right? But Jordan Love, college stats. I'm just curious, how often did he run at Utah and Utah State? Okay, looking at his stats. In his final year at Utah State, he threw 17 interceptions. That's rough. But his junior year, or sophomore year, excuse me, hit 32 touchdowns, 6. Okay, so let's see his rushing stats. He had no running ability. Okay, that's terrible. Yeah, so that's interesting. That, I mean, man, he's just an immobile quarterback, huh? That's interesting. Didn't know that. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think I think this offense, because of LaFleur, is built to run. I mean, he used to be the offensive coordinator for the Tennessee Titans, the head coach of the Green Bay Packers. So it's built to run. That's why we find so much success in the running game from Aaron Jones. But ultimately, in the same vein, I don't know, man. If there's no Rodgers, teams are going to just say beat us by passing the ball, and they're just going to stack the box, and that in itself is scary for Jordan Love, in my opinion. Is this Machine Gun Kelly? Are we serious? Don't sing a song. Just name the pick, dude. Please. Okay, enough. Let's go. Dude, can you just name the pick, bro? All right, let's see. Okay, he's a Browns fan. That's all he wanted to do? Okay, well, that was interesting. Kind of weird. I'm confused, guys. I don't know why they have all these celebrities and shit. Like, let's just stay to football. Let's just, you know, let's figure it out. How about that? Can we make the pick, please? I mean, what else can Tampa Bay pick besides defense? Another wide receiver that they don't need? Actually, they could draft wide receiver theoretically because Godwin is on his final year. Or he's not on the franchise, right? I don't know. No, he's on the franchise tag. All right, come on. Let's go. Make the pick. Somebody tell me what the pick was. These guys are lagging too much. I swear. Oh my god. Enough. Just tell me the pick. I have no patience for this. I legitimately have lost all patience. They went quarterback. Thank you. Finally something interesting. Let's go. Build for the future. Very well. No more Blaine Gabbert. All right, very cool. That was better. I mean, they lagged it, but I mean, finally we got to the quarterback, huh? That was always the question. Are they willing to go quarterback when Brady said he wanted to play until he was 55? We'll see. Most impactful fantasy player in round 2. Okay, so let's look this over. I think Elijah Moore is extremely impactful if, in fact, we see early productivity out of Zach Wilson. This is obviously for fantasy, like you asked. So when I look at that, when I look at Javonte Williams, and then we look at, okay, where's another skill position here? Another skill position would come from Rondale Moore. I don't think that's going to be very impactful. I don't think the tight end there at Pittsburgh is going to be impactful. Tutu Atwell is not going to play very much. Dwayne Eskridge is going to be the number 3, maybe number 4 wide receiver there. Terrace Marshall, but they still have Robbie Anderson. I mean, that's going to be it really at this point. Wow. Everyone in the second round here, in my honest opinion, has equal opportunity to make a huge fantasy impact until one of their teammates gets injured and they get more. Like if Melvin Gordon goes down, Javonte Williams becomes a monster, right? He becomes a top 15 running back automatically in fantasy, right? If Elijah Moore shows up to practice and can't beat out Corey Davis and Denzel Mims and can't play, then he's not going to do anything, right? But as it currently stands, in terms of fantasy impact, I'm hoping it's Javonte Williams. If it's not going to be him, then it's probably going to be either Elijah Moore or Marshall at this point. Okay, so let's go ahead. I need to go ahead and move a couple things. Oops. We got into the third round already, huh? I got to move my graphics. All right. Oh my God, I disappeared. Give me a second. I'll be there in a second. Get to the top of the screen. Boom. Wait, where am I? There I am. Okay. All right, third round. Here we go. Andre Cisco. Very well. Let's go get him. Where art thou, Cisco? Right in front of my face, bro. Put him right there. Okay, cool. Very well. Oh my God. Sitting down for so long is going to kill me. All right, let's see here. Yeah, Trask is very interesting. Trask is Brady 2.0 with him sitting there on the bench for 2 years. I mean, I hope so. That would be cool. If the Tampa Bay Buccaneers can groom a quarterback and teach him and get him kind of going, that would also be, I mean, that'd be great for them. If Brady goes down, they're fucked. I mean, you can say that about a lot of teams, though. If Mahomes goes down, they're screwed. If Josh Allen goes down, you got Mitchell Trubisky there. Like, what are we talking about, right? So you can say that with any offense, right? Whenever your stud quarterback goes down, you're definitely not in the best position. All right, let's see here. What should the Vikings do in the third round? I mean, they have 4 selections here. You know what I would have honestly done if I was the Vikings? I know they want depth, but I feel like they should have traded like 3 of these picks to go get a high second round pick. But maybe they just love a bunch of these defensive players down here. They should go defense, though. In my honest opinion, the Minnesota Vikings should just 4 consecutive defensive players in a row. Maybe one more wide receiver if you really like one. Because, again, you need a little bit more just to have extra talent on the team. Like, Chad Beebe is a good wide receiver. Has stepped up in the past. But, like, maybe just grab another wide receiver here in the third and then go all defense. Corner, safety, linebacker, they're fine, especially in the middle. If Anthony Barr comes back, they'll be fine. But they definitely need a pass rush and defensive line. So secondary and defensive line. All right. Moore or Marshall. At this point, it depends who starts, and I don't think either of them start, which makes it hard for me to like literally Robbie Anderson or DJ Moore have to go down with injuries for Marshall to be an amazing play, because Christian McCaffrey's catching the ball 10 times out of the backfield every game, right? So that in itself is like, okay, well, there's 10 targets going away from the wide receivers, going to the running backs. Like the way that offense is going to be built, you have to assume that there's not going to be enough to go around. I was a huge Golladay fan. Would you feel confident drafting him this year, or let someone else take him? Yeah, honestly, at this point, I'd say it depends on the price. So I really do feel like you can, at this current moment in time, get better wide receivers at a cheaper price than what Golladay would be going at. So I'd probably, unless you're going to get him relatively cheap, and I don't even know what relatively cheap is right now because I don't know where he's going. I don't know what his ADP is for the Giants. But this is a guy that, was going in, late second, early thirds in years past, right? He like last year specifically, I remember in my head, Kenny Golladay was going when you went down the draft board and came back when the second round was ending and the third was beginning. Golladay was on that border. If he's going there this year, I don't want to touch him. I'll take a little bit of a discount, maybe late third, early fourth. We could talk about it. But outside of that, we take it easy. Trask came back from Mississippi after sitting on the bench for 7+ years. I have no doubts that he will step up with Brady if he gets injured. Hope it doesn't happen though. Yeah, nobody hopes for that. Honestly, like if Brady can just stay healthy his whole career and just keep balling out, just watching history be made with how good he's been is just unbelievable. All right, Minnesota, here we go. Defense or wide receiver? Specifically, let's go defense. Let's lock up a defensive line here. Let's get back to being a heavy pressure team. Get back to being a tough defense. What? They took quarterback? They took quarterback? Oh my God. You're kidding. Kirk Cousins. Oh my. They got Kirk Cousins on the clock, huh? If he doesn't figure it out in the coming... Wow, Kellen Mond. Wow. I'm surprised. I'm legitimately surprised that... Okay, I shouldn't be surprised that a team with Tom Brady went for quarterback. But with Kirk Cousins, the fact that they just gave him another 2-year extension... Really? Okay, so be it. Hey, listen. It is what it is. This is the future of the NFL. You got to go get a mobile quarterback. Somebody that can take a hit and move. Let's go. I respect it. Yeah, I know. If you're a Vikings fan right now, it hurts. Because you think, what are we doing? Right? Because the Vikings they're only a couple years removed from being an NFC championship game, right? Against the Eagles. They're not that far removed. They can rebuild and get back into the playoffs. But, it is what it is. Maybe it's pressure to make him step up his game. O'Doyle rules, I don't disagree with that. I think if you feel comfortable and you don't feel like somebody's breathing down your neck to take your job, then, maybe you don't do that extra workout. Maybe you don't put in that extra work. It's what they did with Jordan Love with Aaron Rodgers last year, right? They just used a first rounder instead of a third, unfortunately. Texans first pick. Okay. Let's see what the Texans are going to do, huh? You want to know how I know that Houston Texans are a dumpster fire? Just go look at their depth chart and look at their backfield. David Johnson, first and foremost. Mark Ingram. And then you have Phillip Lindsay. Okay, great. So you got 3 running backs that can all do the same job, but you put them all on one team for what reason? on the team that literally runs the ball the least in the NFL and doesn't get any yardage. Okay, so be it. This is how you know they're a dumpster fire. Whoever their GM is, whatever this guy's name is, get him out. What are we doing? Ooh, it's tough, man. It's tough. They should probably go defense, though, because their defense was in shambles last year. Their defense was in shambles. Bum, bum, bum. Let's go. Come on. Let's make the pick here. What are we doing? Probably defense, maybe linebacker. I think they need linebacker. They need defensive line as well. You got to fill in the hole of J.J. Watt, which is definitely going to be tough. 10-second story. All right, I got to mute this. He's going to talk for too long. All right. Yeah, I don't want to hear this guy's story. I don't even, but we got some text here. Okay, yeah. This third round is going to kill me, huh? All right, what are they picking? Let's unmute this. Who we picking? Oh my God, they went quarterback. They went quarterback? Oh my God. What? What is this guy's name? Davis Mills? Yo, where is Davis Mills on my list? There he is. I'm in absolute shock. If you told me these three teams were going to be drafting quarterbacks, did I just embiggen his name like that? Okay. If you told me that they were going to, I don't even know. Wow. I mean, Deshaun is done then, right? I mean, right? I mean, at this point, they're pretty much saying we don't expect Deshaun Watson to be playing for us this year. To which I say, RIP Texans offense and their pieces. David Johnson, no thank you. Brandon Cooks, no thank you. Keep moving. Wow. Okay, wow. 3 quarterbacks, Trask, Mond, and Mills. Boom, boom, boom. Within 4 picks. Wow. Didn't expect that, guys. Didn't expect that. Wow. Oh, my God. Yeah, look, if Watson's guilty, so be it. He's gone. Done, And that, it is what it is. But I'm just surprised that they went for this pick. I think they even, what are they going to pick as the Falcons? Guard, good. They need an offensive line. I think, I'm just surprised that the Texans even signed, I think they signed Tyrod Taylor in the offseason. I mean, I guess it's the same idea of signing Andy Dalton and drafting, what's his name? Justin Fields. You kind of have a veteran there to kind of teach the following guy. I mean, Tyrod Taylor, this is another year in a row where he's getting replaced by a rookie quarterback, I guess. Rough. All right, let's go find Jalen Mayfield and throw him onto the list here, shall we? Where's Mayfield? We got McCollum. Who else is this? I can't even find this Mayfield guy. Here he is. All right, boom. Jalen Mayfield. Wow. I'm so happy that the Bucks drafted Trask because he would have been gone. Yeah, just off of what just happened, absolutely. It's just like any other fantasy draft. Somebody grabs a tight end and everyone's like, uh-oh, we have to grab ours right now, otherwise we're going to miss out on it. And then the tight end or the quarterback run begins. No, I don't think these are bad picks. I was just surprised that they did it. Got Anthony Munoz coming out, making a pick. Hey, Munoz, can you do me a favor and draft another offensive lineman here? That'd be nice for the Bengals. Another offensive lineman. Let's do that. Don't worry about the defense. The defense will figure itself out over the years. We need another offensive lineman here. Come on. Offensive line, please. All right, whatever, man. Whatever. Okay. Whatever. I give up. So be it. Joseph Osai. Let's go grab him. Throw him on the list. Where the heck is this guy's name? There. No, that's not it. Where? Oh, he's a defensive end outside linebacker. That's why I was like, where the heck is this guy's name? I'm completely lost on this. Where the heck is this guy's name? Dude, where in the heck are my defensive ends on my list? Okay, there's defensive tackles, defensive ends. Joseph Osai. There it is. Let's say, I'm like, how are we doing this right now? Joseph Osai. Boom. All right, what are you guys saying in the chat? Mills isn't a bad pick, just on a bad team. Yeah, I mean, that again, like I told you, they're a dumpster fire right now. So it seems like everything's going downhill real quick with that team. The Eagles pick is massive here. Don't F it up, Howie. Yeah. That's every pick for the Eagles this year, honestly. Every pick until they figure it out is huge. Okay. Wait, did we get a trade here? Oh, the Eagles traded out. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's fix this on the list here then. I didn't even realize. I was trying to find a name and put it up on the board. I didn't even realize we got to move here. The Eagles were like, you know what? Get me out of the position real quick, huh? Okay. Anytime you can get an offensive lineman, especially for the Carolina Panthers, I'm happy. They're just stacking offense, and it's beautiful. All right, let's go ahead. Let me save this and change the graphics so we can throw it up on screen right now. Let's go here. Let's make this a JPEG so I can save it to here. Boom. Okay, so the Eagles have traded out of that pick, and the Carolina Panthers have taken it, and they drafted Brady Christensen, offensive tackle. Let's go ahead and throw him up on the board here. Where are you? Brady Christensen. Scrolling up. Welcome back, Jimmy. Nice to see you. Okay, what do we got here? If the Bengals don't draft an O-lineman, I'm not even considering grabbing Burrow or Mixon in fantasy. Mixon you shouldn't consider. Mixon is he's in a tough spot. As great as it is that they like to give Mixon the ball a lot, unless he's going to have, valuable touches, it doesn't matter that he touches the ball 15 times in a game because half the time he's being caught in the backfield, It's just, there's no point of it. Lon says, what? Nothing to do, I would show up to every Seahawk practice with a bullhorn and shout, "Get offensive line, dummies." I get kicked out so fast, though. Yeah, that's true. They're not going to do it, though, unfortunately. They're going to let all the other teams get offensive line. Wait, what happened here? Did the Giants just move? Or are these... Oh, you know what happened? All of the second round trades, I didn't move any of the third round stuff. So that's why I'm like off right now. I'm about to say, I was like, why is there so many... Like, how are there people drafting next? I was like, what the heck? So now I understand it. Here we go. There we go. Save that. Okay, so we changed that. So now we officially have New York Giants on the clock. Cool. Okay. Where are we at here? Darnold will be QB 15 through 20. That's our hope. Is that the potential of the outcome? I mean, with what surrounds him, if he's as good as he was supposed to be coming out of college, then yeah, he should finish there. But I don't know. It's gonna be tough, man. They've got to play against what? Tampa Bay twice, New Orleans twice. There's 4 games that he could potentially just get bopped. Hopefully not, obviously, but we'll see. We'll see how it kind of turns out. I think like the perfect quarterback to draft every year, if you're trying to get a quarterback that's between the 15 to 20 range, you draft Derek Carr because that's where he lands every year, undoubtedly. If you want to take a risk and go for Darnold, you certainly can. All right, what do we have next? We have New York Giants picking. What are we going to do here, huh? Offensive line, please and thank you. Okay, so they're not going to offensive line anytime soon. They're done with that. Very well. I just needed another confirmation because, who knows? Maybe the Giants understand they need to, protect their quarterback, but guess they can go corner. I thought their secondary was already fire, but I mean, if you want to continue to improve it, so be it. Okie dokie. All right, let me go ahead. Let's move a couple things here. Oh my God. I'm effing back. Dude, these rounds are so long. How long have we been here for? 4 hours already? No, 3 hours. My God. Holy moly. Offensive lineman. All right, Ragnow, hurry up and make the pick. Let's move. Who would you pick first? Godwin or Evans in a standard? Evans. Evans has way more touchdown upside in a standard. Wow, another defensive tackle. These guys are just building. That's 3 picks in a row of in the trenches for the Lions. Interesting. They're building inside out. I like it though. But yeah, I would go Evans over Godwin in a standard because even though Evans doesn't get as much work in the passing game in terms of receptions, it doesn't matter in a standard league, right? So you're just looking for yardage and touchdowns, and Evans is far and away the guy for that on that team. All right, where's McNeil on this list? I go find it. Where's defensive tackles? Here we go, McNeil. Okay, boom, put McNeil right there. Very nice. Okay, any good safeties or cornerbacks available there? We need serious help. Eagles, that is, yeah, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see what they want to do here. Can't with the new number rule, any defensive lineman pick any number now? I thought that was the thing. They're trying to do like college stuff. Oh, maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe it's just like only individual numbers they could pick, like 1 through 9. Single digits. Who you selected? Okay, Milton Williams. Milton Williams. Okay. Let's go watch. Let's go find him as my. Here we go. Where is Williams? Let's go find his name. Throw him up on the list. I just want to see offensive players come off the board, guys. That's literally what I'm here for. I just want to see offensive players get drafted. Is that too much to ask? I don't think so. But, you know, it is what it is. Like, we have just seen, quarterbacks are offensive players, but these guys aren't starting, right? So that's what kind of, like, kills the vibe a little bit. But then we get offensive line, corner, defensive tackle. You know, like, it's all good. How high are you on Eckler this year on a PPR? In all honesty, Daniel Song, if you're playing in a full PPR, Eckler is easily where I had him last year, end of the first, beginning of the second round. He's a top 10 running back in fantasy, full PPR. That's what I honestly believe. I mean, when I go and I look at Eckler last season, if he doesn't get hurt, he's an automatic top 12 back. Just off of the opportunity he got with Herbert. Obviously, when they switched quarterbacks, it got significantly easier for him because Tyrod Taylor was not throwing to him. Let's go find it. So if we look at full PPR last year for Benjamin St-Juste, okay, we'll add him right now. But I'm looking at, so after Eckler came back from the injury, these are his reception counts, right? Or here are the targets: 16, 9, 9, 4, 3, and 7. In those games, he had 11 catches, 4 catches, 9 catches, 4 catches, 3 catches, 6 catches. I mean, when you're catching the ball as much as he has, along with the fact that in these games he's rushing for over 40 yards a game, all he needs to do is get lucky on touchdowns and it's over, especially in a full PPR. Because if he's going to catch the ball 4 times a game, and of course, if he catches the ball 4 times a game, he'll have on average like 40 yards. You get 8 points there. If you find yourself in the range of like at least 9 points in the running game, whether it's like, 40 yards, touchdown, 30 yards, touchdown, whatever, you get yourself in a pretty juicy scenario in which you have a 16-point running back just running around making a bunch of noise. But that's only in a full PPR. In a half, he would definitely be a lower value. I mean, just looking at his stats from last year when he came back from injury. 23 points, 11 points, 23 points, 12 points, 16 points, 17 points. Like, in a full PPR, there's just so much innate value with him. First round was really fun. I think, look, I got to actually send Mr. Benjamin St-Juste up real quick. Where are you, St-Juste? There you are. Yeah, look, as the rounds go on and the players become more and more of a distant knowledge of them, I'm thinking, okay, yeah, great. But we're getting to a point where it's all defense, and I'm losing my mind. I'm waiting for a running back to be taken. What are we doing? Come on. Somebody shock the world and draft a running back. Please, do me a favor. Saints traded for 76? Okay. I'll go ahead and change that, Parker. Thank you for the heads up. Who would you draft first, Harris or ETN, as your second or third running back? I would 100%, 150%. Actually, let me reiterate this. I would 1,000,000% take Najee Harris over Travis Etienne this season in fantasy. 1,000,000%. Because as much as Travis Etienne should be the automatic starter, I'm not 100% certain if that's going to be the case. I know when the Steelers draft Najee Harris, they're saying, okay, the backfield's yours, run it, take over. Because even when like James Conner got hurt, or even when James Conner was healthy, and full go, he had the full backfield. Benny Snell didn't touch anything. When James Conner was out, Benny Snell had the full go. You know, and they never like kind of split carries. They very rarely have done that. If they ever have, it was with Jalen Samuels coming in to catch a couple balls a couple years ago. If you guys remember, Jalen Samuels was a running back for the Steelers who had tight end eligibility in Yahoo leagues, which it wasn't fair. Okay, so let's go ahead and change this Saints thing. Who did they trade with, Parker? The Saints. How'd they get the 76 pick? I want to know. Oh, they traded. Oh, never mind. They traded with the Broncos. I'm an idiot. But where did the Broncos go then? Okay, let's take it easy. Kill streak. I don't think Najee Harris is a first round pick. No. Late second, early third, sure. But like, I'm not going and taking Najee Harris over DeAndre Swift or J.K. Dobbins right now. I'm not doing that. Right now, I'd rather have those guys. The potential of Najee Harris can be with them and up to that par, but for now, we're taking it easy. We're not trying to fly in head first and get concussed off of trying to thing. But I mean, look, it's just like Jonathan Taylor, right? If you're willing to invest, then you're potentially going to get a payoff, and the payoff could be a top 12 guy. That's the thing with Najee Harris right now. All right, what are we doing here? Come on, Cowboys, what are we doing? Okay, very nice. Defensive tackle. Just continue to bolster that defense because you don't need anything on offense right now. Just go ahead and give Dan Quinn all the weapons he can possibly have, which is smart. All right, let's get Osa to the top of the board here. Move him a little bit. Let's find him. Boom. Okay, let's go ahead and move him there. All right, very well. Good pick. All right, very well. Let's see here. Najee will get 30 fantasy points a game. That would be hilarious. Just understand that even in to average 30 fantasy points per game, like I don't think you even understand how much you have to be unbelievable. You have to literally be a god on earth. That's what you have to be. Bold takes in this chat. Yeah, I know a lot of people are ready to fly off the handle for Najee Harris. This is why I was talking about it earlier today and yesterday. Let's take it easy because the hype is going to get there. By August, he's going to be a second-round pick. It's going to be there, right? It's going to gradually increase over time. But that's why I'm like taking it easy right now. We're not trying to fly in and make any crazy predictions. So, yeah, I don't know. Where the heck the Saints didn't even have a pick in the third, and now they're getting a third-round pick. Oh, okay, let's move it around here. Let's go Saints. Let's move them right here at number 76. Let's file save this. Okay, boom. We'll throw him in here. I like how much faster this round is. My God, we're not going to commercial. We're not lagging. We got Demario Davis. We were just talking about him, one of my favorite linebackers in the National Football League, flying sideline to sideline. What are we doing here? All right, DB, good. You need another DB opposite side of Marshawn Lattimore, so cool. That's fine. You lost your Norris Jenkins this offseason. That's perfectly fine. Let me go find a Debo and let me move him onto the list here. Boom. Very well. Okay, so what do the Chargers need? Chargers need they could go offensive line, but honestly, I'm going to be totally honest. I think the Chargers need a running back. If I was the Chargers, I'd draft a running back. Like, obviously not for fantasy purposes. That'd be the worst case scenario for Austin Ekeler. But to be honest, Austin Ekeler's not a 3-down guy. He can take, 2 out of every 3 touches, sure, but not a 3-down guy. Yeah, and when I was talking to, who was I talking, let me scroll back up. It was Daniel Song who was asking me, yeah, Daniel, you were asking about Ekeler too. If Ekeler doesn't have somebody in that backfield taking touches from him, because even when he returned, Kalen Ballage was still in there, Justin Jackson was in there. They were giving touches to a lot of other guys. And imagine Ekeler was putting up those numbers in the high teens, 20-point games. Imagine if he's by himself back there and there's nothing stopping him. That'd be just crazy. Let's see here. There's rookies that get hyped to the first round every year. No, I agree. Listen, I'll be the first one to tell you, I hyped Clyde Edwards-Helaire to the moon. A couple years back, we're talking about Saquon Barkley was the number 5 overall back off of every board, as a rookie. So, yeah, it's no surprise. And I'm not even mad at it. Okay, wide receiver. Very nice. We'll take that. Anytime you can get Herbert another weapon to make him that much better, we will take it. All right, where's Herbert on this list? Or Palmer, sorry. All right, we have Palmer. Let's move him up. Very nice. Okay. Let's go ahead and turn that there. Okay. Keenan Allen doesn't get injured a lot. Nah, that's a misconception. That is a recency bias that you have. He got hurt for like 2 games last year. Okay, so be it. He doesn't get injured a lot. The last time he got injured was when he tore his ACL and was out for a whole year. That doesn't count as an injury. That's a travesty. That's a tragedy. Those aren't injuries. All right, let's see here. Okay, what do we got? The Vikings on the clock again? All right, Vikings, you went QB. It's your first 3rd round pick. You got 3 more to figure it out here, huh? Let's go. He always gets hurt right when you need him most. Yeah, this last year for sure. Yeah. He definitely got hurt right when we needed him most last year, unfortunately. But if you went and picked up any of his backups were actually not bad. All right, what do we got, Vikings? Here we go. Okay, linebacker. I mean, I'm getting to the point where updating the list next to me is getting to be a problem. These guys are going too fast. I can't even find these guys. I mean, I have like 500 names in front of me. I can't even find Chaz's name. All right, I found it. Never mind. I was over-exaggerating, I think. Okay, let's move him here. Very well. What was this? I stepped out for a second and Kellermond goes to the Vikings. LOL, yeah. Bro, and you literally disappeared for a couple minutes and the whole draft went to hell. 3 quarterbacks came off the board. Will saying, what guys should I target at 1.05 in a dynasty draft? What are your settings, Will? Is it super flex? Can you start 2 quarterbacks, or and what is the scoring format? Half, full PPR, or standard? That'll give me a better idea as to what I can suggest for you. Waiting for Schwartz and Wallace to be taken. We'll see what happens. I mean, the Raiders got back-to-back selections here. Go double offensive line? Nah, they need to go defense badly. Yeah, they got to go defense really badly. They need secondary help. They need linebacker help. Pass rush help. Anything they can get at this point. Full PPR, 1 quarterback. So in a full PPR dynasty league, if you're... Are we talking 1 point... So, just one more clarification, Will. So is this from scratch, or are we talking rookie draft? Like, is this the rookie draft, or are we talking about all players are in it? You can grab McCaffrey or Najee Harris, doesn't matter. Just want one more clarification. Yeah, Bruin. One of your UCLA guys were taken. Went to the Cowboys. All right, Raiders. 2 more picks, and then we can see what these other guys are going to get to. Mr. Bannis, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it again. Y'all don't have to donate. I'm here to just answer questions, no problem. But how do I feel about the Steelers picks? As of right now, they took Najee Harris. They took the best running back off the board, far and away. And then what do they do in the second round? I'm forgetting. I've been sitting here all day. I don't even remember what they did. Let's go figure it out. Let me go back to the second round. Where did the Steelers pick in the second round? Oh, they went tight end. I didn't know. Look, I'm not 100% sold on the idea of that tight end, because you do have a lot of young talent, right? If you think about how young they are specifically, Deontay Johnson is going into his 3rd year. Chase Claypool going into his 2nd. You have rookie Najee Harris. You'd have a rookie tight end. Great. You have a brand new slate and a brand new era of the Pittsburgh Steelers coming away. But who's playing quarterback? That's the question. It's not going to be Big Ben for very long. Is it going to be Dwayne Haskins? No. So I don't know. I'm not saying they should have drafted a quarterback. I'm just saying they needed to build to win now, which in my opinion would have been offensive line. I've been saying it for the last 2 hours straight. But I guess if they're confident enough outside of that, then so be it. They're good to go. All right, well, so you're saying I have the 1.05, 1.07, and 1.10. Wow. Or 1.10. Hoping to get Pitts at 1.5. But I doubt it. Okay. So I'm assuming Najee Harris comes off the board number 1. Obviously. Jamar Chase is there, coming off the board. ETN is going to come off the board. Devontae Smith's going to come off the board. Waddle's going to come off the board. Kyle Pitts is going to come off the board. The question remains, what does your team need, Will? Because I'm thinking you don't need to go wide receiver and you want a running back. You go Javonte Williams. And it's a dynasty league, so you're just building for the future and you hope that he wins the job, you know? That's what I'm thinking lands to you. What were you saying? I hope I get Kyle Pitts at 1.5. If he drops to you, then yeah, you grab him. But if he doesn't, it's one of the 5, right? It's Najee, ETN, Chase, Pitts, Devontae Smith, or Devontae Smith or Javonte Williams. Sounds a lot like it when it comes off my tongue. Yeah, I'm scared about, no, Devontae Williams with Melvin Gordon is it's a risky one, but it depends what position you're in need of. If you're clear on all of it, maybe it's one of those wide receivers, or hope that the tight end falls to you. Lions fan here. I'm pumped about our draft so far. I mean, Eric, you guys have absolutely solidified offensive and defensive line to a really good spot. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, because the Lions in the last couple of years have been awful in terms of stopping the run, specifically to fantasy running backs. If you can go ahead and put somebody in there, specifically 2 defensive tackles, along with Michael Brockers, and just lock up that defensive line and not let anybody go through, woo, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. But yeah, you guys have done a great job. Rodgers to the Steelers, my God, CJ, that would be insane. Big Ben can still win a Super Bowl. If the Steelers were to win a Super Bowl, it wouldn't be because of Big Ben. It would be because of external factors, a la defense, running game. It wouldn't be because of Big Ben. I think he's still a good quarterback right now. But, you know, when you go watch that playoff game against the Cleveland Browns last season, and you think, what happened? There's no one else to blame but him. Jeff was saying, what? Lions never build from the inside out. I like it. No, it's great. This is what Dan Campbell brings, right? I mean, just go watch Dan Campbell's press conference if you haven't already. He's talking about biting ankles and, you know, fighting people. And he is just one of those fiery head coaches. And, you know, you want to go ahead and establish a kind of presence and a different culture. You do that with offensive, defensive line by establishing the line of scrimmage and then working outward. Because, yeah, they know they're in a rebuilding process. You just look at their offensive wide receivers, Perriman and Tyrell Williams. I mean, like, what are we doing, right? It's not there yet, but you have pieces. You have running backs, Jamal Williams and DeAndre Swift. You have an offensive line. You got a defensive line. Got a couple players here and there. Just got to keep building. Okay, what are we doing? The Raiders, you've had all day to figure this out. You got back-to-back picks. Make it, solidify it. Maybe announce both of them. Are they going to announce both? Does he have 2 pieces of paper? He does, thank goodness. Whew. About to say, I was like, I don't need them to lag it anymore. Oh, it's Alec Ingold. Their fullback. I'm about to say, I was like, he looks familiar. Let's see here. Do you think running back timeshares are a new trend in the National Football League? Seems like there's been a lot in 2021. Yeah, I mean, if you look at how the running back position throughout the history of the NFL, let me just see what pick this is, and then I'll just go on my rant. Okay, DN good. They need a pass rush. Let's go grab that player. Okay, let's get Malcolm up on the board. His last name's Diablo? Wait, that guy's his last name's actually Diablo? No way. Somebody put his name. Wait, is this actually real? Let me go see. Is there a guy named Diablo on my list? I don't even see the names. CJ, I'm going to get to my point in a second here. I just got to find these names and throw them up on the board. Oh, it's a safety. Okay, I'm about to say, I was looking at the linebacker group. I don't find this guy's name right now. There you go, Diablo. His name is, oh wow, it is Diablo, but it doesn't have an I. Okay, that makes sense. I was about to say, I was like, that's almost bad luck. Okay, so the whole point about I was going to make, CJ, regarding timeshares. Okay, so here's the thing. If you go and you look at the NFL history, and I've been doing this for the last, because I've been working on my draft guide for this year for the last month or so, month plus, and I've been doing research on running backs. Dude, it's insane how much opportunity running backs used to get in the early 2000s in comparison to now, right? And then I know the game has changed, right? I mean, we throw the ball to the running back like they're wide receivers, and it's crazy. And to be honest, at this current, state of the game in terms of fantasy, we have to hope that receptions can compensate for the lack of opportunity that running backs get in the running game, because there used to be a robust amount of opportunity in terms of what running backs used to get. Like, there's a stat that I have. I think in from like 2002 to 2010, there were 130 running backs that had over 320 carries in or 320 touches in a singular season, right? In that 9-year span. In the last 10 years alone, we've had half as much. So players at the running back position just aren't getting, the 20 touches per game marker. They're just not getting that level of opportunity anymore. It is diminished, and it's because, we are eventually kind of going towards in the direction of, we don't need one running back to do a job that could be done by two. We can have a fresh guy in there at all times. Don't have to worry about injuries. Also, we don't have to pay running backs, which has always been the thing that these GMs are trying to do. They're trying to avoid paying running backs. Do you think Aaron Rodgers and the Giants make the Giants the favorite to beat the Bucs? If Aaron Rodgers went to the Giants, they'd be the favorite to win Super Bowl. Anywhere that Aaron Rodgers goes, man. Anywhere he goes. He's that good. Really? Tight end. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's go ahead and throw Hunter Lug. Wait, what the heck? Why can't I move him? Okay, I got to move his name down a little bit. What was the question that came in from Will? The way our draft is looking, 1.01, of course, should be Harris. ETN should be 2. Jamar Chase, number 3. Kyle Pitts, number 4. I could really use a running back and a wide receiver, too. So do you suggest I go Javonte or one of the wide receivers? Let me look at Melvin Gordon's contract real quick. Spot Rack, right? Or Spotrac. I want to just look at his contract real quick. I'm curious what he's at. Javonte Williams. That's what I would go with. So I'm looking at Melvin Gordon's contract. He is no longer a Denver Bronco after this season. He's a unrestricted free agent in 2022. I go Javonte Williams. He's a running back in the future there. Because in a dynasty league, as much as I'd like to have Devontae Smith or Jalen Waddle and the potential that they have, I always want to have a running back. I always prefer running backs because they're so rare. Like the drop off in production at wide receiver in comparison to running back, like when you look at like the top 12 running backs of any season, if you average out the top 12 running backs and then you average out like running backs 13 to 24, like the RB2s, the RB2s on average are producing like 65% of what a normal RB1 would produce, right? There's a significant drop off. But when you look at wide receiver 1s to wide receiver 2s, the wide receiver 2s are producing like 76%. It's almost a 10% increase in fantasy productivity. Wide receiver 2s every year produce more than RB2s, right? So anytime you can potentially have an RB that can be in that conversation because it's such a rare find, I'll take it. I might be wrong. I'm not the greatest dynasty guy. I'll tell you that first and foremost. Probably get somebody else's opinion on the matter, but if it was me, yeah, I'd probably try to just buy it on RB. What was this saying? Jimmy was saying the Panthers traded with the Bears. Oh, and yeah, that's right. My bad. I'll switch that right now. Okay, let's find this, shall we? Let's go to the draft. Round 3. So we have Washington Panthers, then Cowboys. Then, okay, so I all right, just wanted to make sure everything else was right. Okay, so let's go ahead. Oops. Let's remove the Bears. Let's duplicate the Panthers. File, save as. Perfect, save. Done. Let me confirm something real quick. Why? Am I crazy? No, I'm not crazy. Cool. All right, cool. Thank you. Changed it. Number 83 is now the Panthers. Very good. Tennessee, yeah. Tennessee running back Alvin Kamara. Yeah, third round running backs can do it for you. I'm surprised we don't see any right now. Raiders drafted 2 safeties? No, they didn't. Oh, round 2 and 3. Yeah, I mean, they're trying to revamp their secondary, right? Because who is the kid that they drafted a couple years back that was like the popular guy on Hard Knocks? The funny guy. He hasn't done jack in the league. So they're pretty much like writing him off. He's done. Get his replacement kind of thing, you know? All right. So Washington, again, they don't need much. They could go wide receiver. They could go defense. That's pretty much, I think, the extent. If they go tight end, I wouldn't even know who to begin with. All righty. All right, just a heads up, guys. For those of you who are here again, I want to, thank you guys again for hanging out with me for the last 2 days, talking fantasy. I appreciate it. What do you think about the Panthers getting Terrace Marshall? I think it's fantastic. I think Robbie Anderson is running out on his contract there. So Marshall, let me see here. Wide receiver. Okay, cool. I mean, it was either they go wide receiver in Washington or they go defense. So I'm glad that they went wide receiver here. Cool. Give another option. Let me go get Dyami Brown and throw him on the board real quickums. Boom. So I'm looking at Robbie Anderson. Yeah, so Robbie Anderson, this year is the final year on his current contract, unless they decide to re-sign him. It looks like DJ Moore and Terrace Marshall are going to be the number 1 and 2 for this team, for the foreseeable future, which is absolutely awesome. The question then remains, like, can we potentially see any sort of productivity from Terrace Marshall in his rookie season? I guess that's just going to be, up to whether or not Sam Darnold steps up. If he's not able to, so be it. Terrace Marshall in his second year, regardless, whoever ends up being quarterback, maybe gets more opportunity. But yeah, I think it's a perfect spot for him. Okay, let me see here. Move back here. I appreciate the kind words, Daniel and CJ. Thank you very much, guys. No, the reason why I wanted to take time to thank you guys because, again, so as soon as this is done, I'm not covering tomorrow's 4th, 5th, and 6th round. Not doing that. That'll take, it's not worth it, right? Even though I'm sure that there will be players that are drafted in the 4th, 5th, or 6th that we'll be talking about during the regular season. At this point, it won't matter where they're getting drafted. So we won't cover that. In terms of videos that I'll be putting out, as of right now, I think it's still early. As soon as we get closer to, July, August, that's when I'll be posting every day, right? And I'm talking about like mid to late July, early August to the beginning of September, right? Every day, singular post, that'll be guaranteed. But until we get then, I think it's early for me. They went tight end, huh? Okay, cool. Tremble. Let's go ahead and grab him. Damn, he's a fullback. He's not even a tight end. That guy just thumped. Oh, he's a fantastic blocker. What the hell? He's so aggressive. Oh my God, this guy just buries people. You can pull him as a guard, yeah. You run counter with him. Dude, what a beast. That's fine. This is only going to help Christian McCaffrey having a nice fullback. I mean, well, tight end / fullback. It's nice. I like that. You need to make the biggest losers, winners and losers video from second round, third round. I mean, at this point, when I look at the second and third round, I think to myself, the only person that lost heavily is Melvin Gordon. That's it. You know? And to be honest, maybe he didn't lose that much because he'll just sit there, and because it's his final year, they're going to run him into the ground because, you know, he's a running back on his second contract. Typically, running backs don't get third contracts in the National Football League. They get 1-year deals after that. So that's why, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm just telling y'all. I'm just giving y'all a fair warning. Don't expect any videos in the immediate future. I've got to be, you know, I got a lot of work to do getting ready for the season, draft kit and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, for now, I think if I made a video, it would be good. Yeah, I wouldn't, you know, hold back on quality. It just might be irrelevant by the time we get to the season. You know what I mean? And I'd just be making it just to make it. That's what I always worry about. Okay, Cowboys, what are we doing? Man, that tight end for the Carolina Panthers fired me up, dude. Running through walls. The end. All right, cool. Chauncey Golson. Very well. Okay. Is there any... Okay. Who are the best available skill players left, guys? Like, I'm going to go to the wide receiver list here. All right. Who are the best available wide receivers here? Rashad Bateman. No, that was... He's already taken. Sorry, what am I saying? That was yesterday. Isn't Osiris Mitchell good? Man, there aren't that many. Amon Ra, sorry, St. Brown. Not too many left. Okay, let's see here. Oh, wait, the Green Bay Packers traded up? All right, change the graphic, Andrew. Someone's got to let me know, guys. Come on. I'm just kidding. I'm going to fix it right now. File, save as, moving on, keep moving. What are they going to draft? Quarterback? Okay, Amari Rodgers. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Rich Eisen's losing his mind. That's hilarious. They drafted another A. Rodgers, so they have... Wow, okay, that's funny. That's funny. That is funny. Okay, let's go grab Amari Rodgers and let's throw him up here. Yeah, I agree, Parker. What's that guy's last name? Hubbard? He He's a good running back. He probably should be drafted, but I don't know when they're going to, or when or who's going to get him. All right. All right. So we got 80 picks. Well, sorry. We have 10 picks left, 86 through 96. After 96, I'm bowing out because my back's breaking sitting in this chair. And because these picks are beginning to make me lose my mind and question my sanity. So once we get to the Patriots at 96, I know that there's picks 97 through 105. But I'm going to bow out at that point and call it. At that point, it'll probably be 8:30 because, you know, the league's taken 9 years to make a couple picks. But it is what it is. Imagine if you had this long to draft in your fantasy leagues. They give you 10 minutes on the clock instead of like the minute 30. My goodness. How bad were his stats last year? Let me go check this out. Hubbard. Let's look at his stats from last season. All right. So he went from having 2,000 rushing yards in his sophomore year in 2019, which, again, is a big deal. 2,000 rushing yards anytime. It's awesome. And then he went to playing half as many games and producing almost 1.5, what was it, 1.7 less yards per carry and no touchdowns. I mean, do I blame him? No, because I know what he's capable of. We'll see. I think whoever gets him will be fine. I mean, like, let's think about it, right? Even if a running back doesn't, you know, do the greatest in college, they can always show up in the NFL and be absolute monsters and take over. Like, Alvin Kamara wasn't the greatest college running back. Like, if you go and you think about even one of my favorite late round running back selections, I mean, Austin Eckler, of course, is an undrafted, but Chris Carson was a 6th round pick. I mean, again, everybody, you know, we were joking earlier with Robert that, you know, the Seahawks like to make their late picks because they're trying to look for gold, but Chris Carson was a 6th round pick. Chris Carson also in his final year at college got replaced at Oklahoma State by, what's his name? Mixon, right? Am I crazy? Somebody tell me I'm not crazy. But either way. Over and Out says, Tom Brady said, ignore the 6th round. There's no value in this round. Oh my God, that's funny. Okay. The Vikings have 2 more selections in this round. They've gone QB and linebacker. I mean, they got a lot to improve still. I mean, they haven't gone as much defense as I thought they would have, to be honest. The fact that they took an offensive tackle is not a surprise, but QB really kind of was a surprise to me. But hey, if they think Kellen Mond is the guy, let me go check. Speaking of contracts, let me go see what Kirk Cousins. When does his contract run out? Isn't it in 2 years or is it this year? Yeah, it's 2 years. So in 2023, Kirk Cousins will be a free agent and probably not re-sign, or by then they'll have already replaced him. I mean, look, when I think of Kirk Cousins, he's a game manager. He's not going to win you games, you know, outright, but you don't need anything more than a game manager when you have Dalvin Cook in the backfield. I mean, Kirk Cousins had his best year of his career this past year, 35 passing touchdowns. Like, is it his fault they went 7-9? I don't think so. It's their defense's fault. I don't know. I thought Kirk Cousins was a good quarterback, but maybe they don't believe that's the case. Wyatt Davis, guard, nice. Their line keeps getting chunkier and chunkier. We like it. This is a run blocking offense. Anytime you can get another offensive lineman to help out Dalvin Cook, the better. Very well. All right. Any good receivers left? Yeah, there's like a handful, but it just depends where they end up, right? If the Los Angeles Rams draft a wide receiver right now, it's not going to mean anything. But if the Tennessee Titans do so when they're in such great need of a wide receiver, boy, that would be fantastic. Cousins has the pieces. Yeah, I mean, he's had them for... I mean, now that Justin Jefferson is who he is, you know, and he's really kind of balled out last year, I expect more from that offense, of course. I expect them to win more than 7 games. But, again, they didn't draft defense. Zimmer is on some different shit, man, because I'm telling you, man, they were awful defensively. But maybe they're thinking if we can just outscore everyone, we'll be fine. Another offensive lineman taken right before the Pittsburgh Steelers, who, again, by not drafting an offensive lineman thus far, have established that they are in no need of it and they don't care for it. So they went tight end. They went running back. Okay, they're establishing youth. Maybe go quarterback here. I don't know, you know? Ooh, 49ers have traded with the Rams. The Rams moved out? All right, guys, I'm done. If I have no Rams pick to look forward to, then what are we doing? I'm just kidding. That's rough. Okay, so let me go find my 49ers logo here. Where's the 49ers logo? And where the heck are the 49ers? There we go. All right, 49ers, you can go sit number 88 there. I'll file save that. On the spot, Photoshop, edits. You got to do it. Save, done. 49ers are there. Perfect. Okay, cool. Dude, the Rams are they're in shambles. I don't know why McVay does not value draft picks as much as I thought he should, because he's just traded draft picks in the last couple of years and just drafted players, right? I mean, hopefully Cam Akers becomes the running back of the future, but outside of that, he really hasn't done much, man. All right, Pittsburgh, what are we doing here? Okay, good. They got a center to replace Pouncey, right? That's a huge hole. All right, Kendrick Green, perfect. I mean, I've been saying it for the last God knows how long, right? Get a center or get an offensive lineman. Get an offensive lineman. Where is Green? Oh, okay, here it is. I was looking in the wrong area. Boom, put him right there. All right, cool. Kendrick Green. Very well. Hey, we already knew that the Pittsburgh Steelers didn't need defense. So I'm glad that they haven't dipped into that. And they went 3 offensive players. Whatever. You need probably another offensive lineman, in my opinion, but they could probably do that tomorrow. And whether they, get anybody out of it or it pans out, we'll see. They have a good defense with injured players coming back. I don't know. I mean, I guess if... Let me see here. Let's go look at the Vikings depth chart. So, of course, Harrison Smith is always great. But outside of that and Eric Kendricks, am I convinced with their secondary? They drafted 2 rookie cornerbacks last year. If they're satisfied with what they're going to develop into, then okay. But otherwise, I feel like they couldn't stop anybody last year. Or in a fantasy mindset, I was always saying, hey, let's start. What did the 49ers pick? They picked a running back. Running back by committee. Mostert's value just took a dip. Wow. Wow. Okay. I mean, I like it. But, is he going to have value? That's the problem. Unfortunately, I don't know if he will, because it's another one of these running backs. It's crazy. I understand that they're trying to draft running backs for the future, but like, you get yourself into a situation where, okay, great. You draft ETN, but then there's James Robinson there. You draft Javonte Williams, but there's Melvin Gordon there. You draft Trey Sermon, there's Mostert there, and there's Jeff Wilson Jr. But the caveat to all of this is that all three of those running backs are beasts. And on top of it, Melvin Gordon will be gone soon. I mean, to be honest, Mostert's not getting a contract, and I don't think Jeff Wilson Jr. is getting a contract. These are guys that were journeymen, and we're going to get run into the ground regardless. So Sermon for the future. In that offense, when you got a fully fired up Trey Lance with all the other weapons, damn. I mean, the last time the 49ers drafted an Ohio State running back, what was it, Carlos Hyde? I think that turned out pretty well for them. I mean, obviously, he became a journeyman over time, but not bad. No, none of us should draft San Francisco running backs in fantasy. None. None. If you want, you can draft their backups, because eventually, Mostert has dealt with injuries a lot as of late, and maybe he gets, bopped, and then we can figure it out. But outside of that, yeah, I don't think we should be seeking them in any capacity. No. Not in any capacity. I got to shoot a couple texts. Give me a second here. Okay. So we got the Browns twice on the clock here. In all honesty, I'd like to see the Browns go wide receiver with one of these picks. Just in case they don't want to keep OBJ for the future. They don't have to feel obligated to do so. And then outside of that, they've already established safety and linebacker in this draft. Maybe go defensive line, maybe interior defensive line. I think they lost Sheldon Richardson this offseason. It's not a bad idea to go ahead and fix that up a little bit. What did the Rams get for the trade? That's a fantastic question. I think they got 2 4th-round picks, but I can go and check. No, it's probably not 2 4th. It's probably like a 4th and a 5th or some shit. NFL draft. Let's go see what the result of this trade was. The Houston Texans have traded up to the number 89 spot. Let's go and let's adjust that accordingly, shall we? Okay. File, save as. Houston wanting to move up. Who do they want, huh? Wide receiver would be nice for Houston, considering they're rebuilding. And Brandon Cooks and Randall Cobb, Kenny Stills, these aren't guys you want on your team in a rebuild, especially when you're trying to, get young players to gain experience. So maybe they can fix that, but we'll see. All right, what did the Rams get in exchange here? Yeah, because I was here waiting for multiple Rams picks. Today I got one, and it was a wide receiver, Tutu Atwell. Great, so fucking be it. I'm pissed, as you can tell. What was the trade details? Is it not going to tell me here on this website? Rams 49ers trade. Let's see what we get. That's not it. Is there any news here? 3 minutes ago? Perfect. Details. The Rams get... What do they have here? Goodness gracious, man. All right, so they give up the 88th overall pick in exchange for 2 4th-round picks. Number 117 and 121. Got it. Thank you very much. Texans, who you going with? Wide receiver, good. That's what we wanted. You got to rebuild it. All the way from the bottom. All right, let's go get Collins. Let's move him up. I mean, at this point, if they draft a quarterback, they assume Deshaun Watson's not going to be a part of this organization, which I don't blame them at all, then, yeah, you got to rebuild because Brandon Cooks is not – I mean, Brandon Cooks has been on 4 teams in his, 7, 8 years of his NFL career. So I think it's been 6 or 7 years, but regardless, yeah, you got to get younger. That's what you got to do. All right, let me get back into this chat. Thank you. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words, Eric. Thank you. They traded down. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Jimmy. Andrew just wanted to ask or say thank you. Went from last place to second overall last year. Great stream. Can't wait for first place. Thank you very much, Lucas. I appreciate the kind words. Hopefully we can capture you a championship this year. That's for sure. Boone is saying Justin Fields looks so annoyed every time the playback. Yeah, okay. I don't know if he looks annoyed, but like the family itself didn't show emotion. Like no one was jumping up and down and like cheering, right? So maybe their family's just like that. Maybe that's how they were raised because that's how the parents are, right? They don't like show like aggressive emotion in that standpoint. So maybe that's why I look like he's pissed off because his body language is different than what we would anticipate him to kind of project. So I'm not gonna be like, he doesn't want to go there. I'm sure he's 100% happy going there, because again, he's being drafted to the NFL, and any opportunity a guy like that can get, he'll take it. It's a good team, man. The Bears are a good franchise. I know they haven't been great as of late, but maybe he himself is the answer to turn that around. What do we get here? Patrick Jones II. Okay, very cool. Good. Defensive line. Ensure a little bit more of a pass rush here. He plays defensive end, correct? Let's go to my defensive end list. And let's go to Jones. Patrick Jones II. Perfect. Let's move him up on the list. Okay, perfecto. Nice. Like Cutler emotion? Oh, man. Don't get me started with Jay Cutler, man. Whew. Jay Cutler was an interesting fellow. He also got paid $10 million to play, starting quarterback for the Miami Dolphins when Adam Gase was there. Interestingly enough, Andy Dalton's getting paid $10 million to play quarterback or backup quarterback for the Chicago Bears this year. Interesting. NFL. His dad is extremely comedic, so that reaction was odd. Okay, well, if that's the case, then then that sucks. Look, it very easily could have been a scenario in which one of the other teams, like Denver, was like, "Yeah, we're gonna draft you," and then they didn't, and then he was like, "Oh, well, here we go," and was just upset about it, Boone said, "Good point." Looks funny because the rest of the family is smiling. Yeah, it's just weird. And they weren't even giving full hugs. It was just like half one-armed hugs. It's like, but, wrap around. What are we doing? If we're going to give hugs, we got to give hugs. All right, Myles Garrett. What do we do? Myles Garrett is jacked. My God. No neck. That's what he's got right now. No neck. Just, like, what is this guy? He's fucking juiced. He's juiced, dude. He's busting out of the seams of that jacket. Wide receiver. Dude, I love it, man. I'm glad that these teams, when I say go draft a wide receiver so you don't have to keep these other guys, are doing it. Anthony Schwartz, boom, have it there. Easier name to find. Okay, very cool. We're looking good, guys. We're looking good. Got 5 more selections. Again, thank you all for hanging out today. I really do appreciate it. Y'all have made this a fun experience. Otherwise, if I wasn't here streaming it, I wouldn't be watching it. I'll tell you that much. It's hard to watch this by yourself. It really is. So you guys being here, letting me into your homes, watching this together, really do appreciate it. Yeah, Myles Garrett is a monster. Ultra fitted suit. Yeah. Short speed. Yeah, what did he... I mean, look, again, I go back to contracts. What is OBJ's contract looking like? Odell Beckham Jr. So he is... Oh, wow. He is under contract till 2023. Okay, never mind. So you're giving Baker more weapons. So be it. I'm good with that. I didn't know OBJ was... Wait, so did OBJ sign a new contract with the Giants only to then be traded, and then Cleveland just picked up that contract and just ate it? And that's what they've been paying him with? Wow. Interesting stuff, man. All right, Titans. Go wide receiver, please. Please. Please go wide receiver. Goodness gracious. All right, linebacker. Listen, all I can tell from the lack of urgency regarding the, of course, Tennessee Titans not getting a wide receiver, A.J. Brown and Derrick Henry are going to be unstoppable because they're going to be the only guys with the ball in their hands next year. They're going to be such amazing fantasy prospects. Holy moly. Not complaining. In fact, I'm ready for the top 5 fantasy season A.J. Brown's about to have. Of course, Derrick Henry should be top 5 running back as well. So, 2 Titans in the first 2 rounds. Might as well invest. Let's go. Those are fantasy studs coming down the drain here, or down the pipe. Well, it's not what they're going to do without Corey Davis. I'm not even worried about the absence of Corey Davis, right? Corey Davis wasn't like that phenomenal of a wide receiver in his career to make me think like, oh, what are they going to do without him? They need him, right? I'm more worried about the fact that they don't have a tight end. Like, where's their depth chart here? Like, Jonnu Smith was a huge factor in the offense just functioning because he could block too. So let's see here. Who do they have on roster? Of course, they have A.J. Brown. Josh Reynolds, like I mentioned earlier today. Nick Westbrook, nobody cares. Rashad Davis, nobody cares. Cameron Bastion, nobody cares. Okay, garbage. Anthony Firkser and Jeff Swaim are their tight ends. It's A.J. Brown and Derrick Henry all day. 400 touches for Derrick Henry. 120, 130 catches for A.J. Brown. I'm not complaining. Let's run it. Oh, you're trolling. I didn't read the sarcasm. That's the sarcasm. Why did I say it like that? The sarcasm. I didn't read it. I thought you were being serious. I was like, all right, let's take it easy, you know? Yeah, but Firkser is not it. I don't know if he's the answer. I know there were a couple games last year where he came in, he had like 100 receiving yards and was awesome, but like, okay, great. Can you do it every game? If you can, so be it. Prove me wrong. But he's not going to be a top 12 tight end anyway. I'm not going after Anthony Firkser. I'm not doing that. No, thank you. Okay. Let's see here. We got the Buffalo Bills next. They got their pick in. Like, what are we doing, huh? So, the Patriots will probably trade down in 96. I don't see them. I don't know. Do they want anything else in this round? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm bugging. They got to get someone aside of AJ, though. Could find himself in a similar situation than with like the Saints. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, though, right? Like, even though Michael Thomas is by himself, you can't cover a slant route. You just can't. You know? Especially with his route running, he's just incredible. So I'm not saying that AJ Brown is Michael Thomas. I mean, he could probably surpass him in the coming years, but no, you're not wrong. They need help. Because again, if they don't get help, like you're saying, they're going to double team him every game. Triple team him. Why not? You know? Because if the other option is throw to Josh Reynolds, yes, we'll take that instead of getting burnt by AJ Brown. Or hey, we have two people to stop. AJ Brown and Derrick Henry. After we do that, let the rest of them beat us, kind of thing. Bills really need a running back. The Bills really need to fix their running game. Who's their offensive coordinator? He's a younger guy too. He could be a head coach in the NFL soon. He doesn't want to run. He doesn't want to run the ball, and I don't blame him. They do a really good job not running the ball. All right, here we go. Come on, Bills. If they go wide receiver, I'll kind of be salty because Gabriel Davis will kind of go to the wayside. But we'll see. Okay, offensive line, good. We're just going to keep passing the ball. That's what they're saying. All right, what are we at here? His name is Brown. So let's go to Spencer Brown, offensive tackle. Where are you, Mr. Brown? Where is your name? I can't find it. Here it is, Spencer Brown. They need to put weight on him, though. %, they need to put weight on him. What were you saying, Lucas? Let's see here. Let me lock this graphic in. It says, would you draft Justin Jefferson as the first wide receiver in a redraft? If you had a running back like Cook, Henry with your first pick? So second round, 7th, 8th pick. That's what we're kind of thinking, right? Or maybe even later. So end of the second round, taking Justin Jefferson. It depends who else is available. I would tell you that as of right now, I have him at my top 10 wide receivers, but I don't have him as high as he finished last year. I think with other wide receivers, specifically like Michael Thomas coming back and guys getting healthy and playing full seasons, I'd probably go with someone else. And also, it's tough because, yeah, it is tough. I probably wouldn't. Not second round. I don't know, man. Having an incredible rookie year like that, he's going to be good again. He'll be a top 12 wide receiver, that's for sure, especially if Kirk Cousins keeps playing as well as he has. But are we going to find the success of, top 5, 6 wide receiver? I don't know. Because like the way I see it, the first round of probably every draft will have like 7 running backs, Travis Kelce, and then 4 wide receivers, maybe 3 wide receivers, another running back. So after the top 3 wide receivers are gone, which will be like Devontae Adams, DeAndre Hopkins, whoever else you want to put it, like Stephon Diggs specifically, I would think another wide receiver wouldn't be taken until the end of the first. Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind end of the second round Justin Jefferson, but it depends who's available. All right, let me check my text real quick. Jacoby Jones looks like he's drunk or high. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's happening. Okay, a guard. Cool. They needed a right guard anyway. Ben Cleveland. Let's go grab his name and let's throw him up on here. Good. You needed to. I mean, you're not going to be able to replace Marshall Yanda with a guy like this, but at least you could fill in the hole because you're not going to have a guard for. I mean, yeah, you're going to have to figure some stuff out. All right, cool. Tampa Bay, what are you going to do? You draft a quarterback last. Now we go kicker here. Long snapper. What are we thinking? Punter, guys? Okay, very cool. Very, very good. All right, 2 more picks, guys, and I'm out. Let's see how this round or my graphic runs out, and then I'm hitting the hay. I gotta go rest my voice because legitimately I've talked for how many hours? 9 hours? No, 8 hours in the last 2 days. That's crazy. Okay. Okay, cool. If I'm the Buccaneers, I go wide receiver. Just saying. They don't need it, but gives them leverage in the future. Okay, offensive line. Not going to complain. Any depth you can get. All right, Mr. Robert Hainsey. Let's throw you up on the board here. How do I feel about Amari Rodgers? I mean, look, if Amari Rodgers... Okay, let's put it this way. If Aaron Rodgers is playing quarterback this year, okay? If he's playing quarterback, anybody who's the number 2 wide receiver and is an actual consistent number 2 wide receiver can very easily, within the Green Bay organization, be a top 24 wide receiver. So I don't know if Amari Rodgers has the capability of doing it. Again, we don't even know who's playing quarterback right now. But he has upside very easily. Like, if you go back into the past when Rodgers had a number 2 wide receiver, like when he had like either Jordy Nelson and Randall Cobb or Jordy Nelson and Devontae Adams, when he had one of those 2 tandems, he had at least 2 wide receivers in the top 24 wide receivers in that given fantasy year. So if Amari Rodgers can find himself some help and, gain a little bit of experience quick and early and prove himself to Rodgers, then, we got a good thing going. Thank you guys for the kind words. Really appreciate it again. As a Rams fan, what do you think is the biggest problem? Is there confusion as to who the lead running back is? No, it's Cam Akers, 100%. Even you can ask Darrell Henderson today. He'll tell you Cam Akers is a starter. Or is it uncertainty of Matthew Stafford? No, you know what it is? It's literally... Okay, so here's the thing. The offense this year for the Rams is going to be great. But there's always an issue with offensive line, whether it's health and or productivity, and then with defense. Like, you can have Aaron Donald, right? But Aaron Donald's not going to make every play. Okay, you can have Jalen Ramsey, but Jalen Ramsey can't cover every wide receiver, right? So you can have these great players with great names, but they're not going to be able to make every play, and that's the reality of football, right? There's 22 guys, offensive, defensive starters. You got special team starters and guys that are up and down the board that all have to contribute in order for you to win. I don't believe that the Rams have built their team in a position where they have depth at every spot. They don't, because they're spending so much money for Aaron Donald, for Jalen Ramsey, that they have to take pay cuts and they have to pay lesser players to play defensive end, to play inside linebacker, to play safety. And those gaps are visible when you're playing against good teams and they're taking advantage of those players that aren't as good. And that's the problem I feel that the Rams have. They can't afford to buy offensive linemen in the offseason. They can't afford to draft players because they got rid of all their draft capital. That's the problem with the Rams. I'm angry. Honestly, that's not even angry. That's just Andrew explaining it while being pissed off. If I was angry, you guys would know it at that point. Perkins is a steal. A great way to finish the stream. I mean, yeah, why not? Wait, did he actually go there? If he did, then so be it. Anytime the Patriots keep getting better, just put the league on notice at that point, right? Why, is that Matt Patricia? Is he back into the draft room? He got a job after being the worst head coach for, man. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. So did they actually draft Ronnie Perkins? Is that what happened? Because if that's the case, I'm ready to throw him up on the screen. Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. Man, the Patriots just keep getting better. Put the league on notice. Here they come. Their offense is going to be their biggest question mark, though. Because they don't have the best weapons, I'll tell you that much. All right, guys. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys being here. Making this an enjoyable experience. It is what it is. I will see you guys soon. Again, my Discord link is down in the description. You can join Discord. It's free. All we do there is talk fantasy. You can find me there. Send me a message through the general chat and all that kind of stuff if you have any questions in the coming weeks. Anyway, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the third round. Until next time, I'll see you guys. I'm hungry and I'm going to eat. Later, guys.